Welcome for joining us next much for Group 9, Session 10.
Buddy.
Oh, we already at double digits?
We're double
Yep.
digits
We still
today.
haven't left High Rock?
You never leave High Rock in this game.
Nope.
In fact, I have rebuilt the whole village. It's now a ginormous city. It spans half of the continent, and you will forever be here.
All right, well, it was nice playing with you guys. I will see you guys never again.
Yeah, we roll up High Rock, Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
Gotta love my
Exactly.
High Rock. All right.
What's the longest session-wise people have spent in this town? We've got to be coming close by this point.
Are you talking about session number? Or are you talking about like time in the game, day wise and stuff?
The longest. Let's go session-wise.
Session 13.
Damn, we got to stretch this out, guys. We got 4 more to go before you hit the record.
Will murder
I think
every
session
single
13.
person in
I
this
think
group.
I think there was one group I had that they spent like a number of days here. They wanted to help out the people, and they wanted to like kind of take over things in a way and just kind of set themselves. And so they wanted to get rested in things like 3 or 4 days or something like that.
Like, they were building their own little town, essentially.
Kind of. It was more like, what's the word?
Restitution for having a dragon fly in and blow shit up.
Yeah, like they rebuilt the tavern. Like not rebuilt the tavern, but they like did adequate work to rebuilding the tavern, like things like that. All right, recap. Well, where are we? Well, we are in Orillo's dungeon. We had gone into the cellar, then through the cellar, we had found an alchemy chamber of some kind. And from there, you observe that the letter that would have been sent to Othema was here. This was the letter that the Duke had stated they had wrote and then had sent off. So this might reason that there is no aid coming from the Talthars, and there's nobody to actually come here. Now, you also found this kind of scroll of experiments and rituals, helping to kind of form a portal for some kind beyond kind of common magics. There was a letter as well to from Fenin, and that was Elise's father. Now, that has not been provided to Elise. Elise does not know about that, and that was pocketed. We have actually yet to really read it, too. So, alchemist supplies, potions, they've been gathered from that. And it's not like a significant laboratory by any means. It's really more of somebody deciding they wanted to create some things here and there and use it as kind of an auxiliary study, and that really showcased in what was available. Elise, in terms of story, they hinted that the ring was their father's ring. How did the Duke get it? They observed that you all were adventurers that were kind of, dare I say, worthy to give information to. They almost kind of wanted to bounce out of the fight, and they kind of stayed with it to kind of keep going. And they gave info on the Reckoning and their mission. Who Orillo is and why they are pursuing. And then you, Kanan, connected with them and kind of said, well, I'll get a sending stone from Pelu, and that way we can kind of connect for future quests or perhaps alliances, kind of thing. So now Elise has left. They have essentially gone out of this space. There remains to be seen if they're, where they're going to go from here. Most likely to kind of cross the T's, tie up the bows, that sort of thing, before they need to get out of here. So, let's see. Orillo, we got some items. We also got a spell book hinting that Orillo is not just a warlock, but also has some study in wizardry, the arcane. And we are here inside of a kind of a common chamber, if you will, a chamber that links to other corridors and such. We have a barred door with the rod that is immovable to the east door, and then the door west heads to the treasure room. Now, you did not find a key on Aurello's person, which is something that you all said that you wanted to find to try to unlock that door. Without further ado, I'm going to have it unpause, and I'll cue the sound. And see.
Okay.
Right or left?
I think we need to clear out this right side with these casters here. The question is how.
I'm still a little, let's say, exhausted. So keep in mind my healing abilities might be a little slim. AKA there's none.
So stab them quickly. Heard.
So here's the thing. Do we open it and rush in? Or do we try to draw them out like we did last time?
I mean, they seem semi-decent intelligent. So they might be expecting us, and the moment we open the door... Pew!
Do you think they work for or obey what the Duke says?
Well, some of them
They were-
sacrificed themselves for the demon dude, so
They were
maybe?
creations of the Dukes.
I don't know much about this kind of stuff, so would they then be loyal to the Duke and listen to his commands?
You would suspect so, although how easy they would be to deceive, I could not fathom. It could be more of a mystical connection than a mental one. But perhaps. They
Yeah,
also could have just dissolved from existence when the Duke was slain. I have no idea.
Yeah, I doubt they're the type I can just walk up and convince them, hey, we work for the Duke. Don't kill us.
Open door,
Well-
I stab.
All right, so I'll take. You want the door open, Donlin?
Yeah, if you guys want to spread out a little bit. Everyone
I'm
except
gonna-
Jax.
I'm going to stay on this side, and I will take the immovable rod off, and I will open the door when Donlin tells me to go.
Go.
Game pause right away.
Where's initiative?
So, you open the door. As you swing it open, you can see as the door kind of creaks and moves right in terms of bar. You had it braced, so you kind of have to swing it back towards you, so the door. And you can see there are 3 piles of robes with 3 rods. Black dust and soot lays upon the ground, as if the creatures have broken apart and dissolved. In addition, the lighting, after a moment of coming to this chamber and having conversation, of course, the actual dial, the portal, is dormant. There is no actual light coming from that chamber, from the dial anymore. It's just the body hulking of that creature as it lays itself upon it. And even then, as you look through with your vision, you can see that it's kind of breaking apart, like slowly kind of splintering and falling to ash. And then it kind of begins to dissolve in the air.
Well, that was easy.
Well, what's in here?
And you were worried.
Yeah.
Elephants?
I'll start searching room by room here, looking for anything valuable, but also the key.
Searching in here room by room, it becomes very apparent that these are sarcophagi that are tucked and placed inside tomes of sorts, curtains draped in other sorts of decorations stained in blood, brass candelabra and certain candles giving off light, and familiar pots etched in runes filled with black charcoal of soot and ash. The sarcophagi lids are half hinged and turned at certain points, suggesting that they have been disturbed. As you're looking into the shadow work of those lids, it becomes apparent that the contents inside are bare. There's nothing in them. There's no personal possessions of any kind, no chests, no weapon racks, no wardrobes. The vestments of the creatures worn, same vestments they must be worn as they slumbered inside of their own tomb.
I wonder if they collapsed or died or whatever happened to them. The townspeople or the servants that had that magic, I wonder if they're still there.
So you think maybe the Duke was trying to take over the whole town?
I mean, he did have a whole thing of butlers and guards. What's to stop him from getting some of the townsfolk?
Well, the creatures we fought down here were a sight different than the rabble upstairs. I don't know if they necessarily suffered from the same affliction.
I don't know. Maybe their mind is back now.
Perhaps. Or at the very least, if they were convinced by a charlatan to get to an unworthy cause, the fact that the charlatan is now dead might dissuade them from that cause.
Yeah, just show him the head of the Duke. We have that, right?
Did somebody take the head?
Yes, I
Yes.
got it all.
Well, I don't see a key. Jax, how do you feel about trying that lock again?
Hey, I can. Look. I can try again. It just, every now and then these locks with devices are tricky. Even for somebody that has a minute bit of skill. I'm not the best, but let's go try.
Also, mind the traps.
You said step on the traps? Or
It's okay, Donald. You've already set them all off, I think. So.
you think they're one-time use? Hold on, I'll test.
No, I don't.
Don't test that.
So I'm going to follow the path that we laid out to include the jump to the door, and I'm going to try to pick the lock one more time here.
Okay.
I was going to
I'm
give
make a check with these tools.
Nope. Do I have to? No, I'm already away. Did you give it to me, or do I have to be by you?
I was joking. None of us have guidance.
Oh, I don't know what you have. I have no idea what you are. You just cast things.
I got no more inspiration for you, buddy.
He's a cleric.
And that's not a great roll to start.
Wait, do you use intelligence for your thieves' tools?
That's what it was default set to. What should it be set to?
You can change it to dexterity if you want.
Oh, should it be dexterity or intelligence? I've been using intelligence this whole time.
You can do either one. That's your choice.
You choose whichever one's higher, typically.
Well,
Oh, shoot.
if
I
it
had no
depends.
idea.
It
Okay.
depends on how you're approaching something. In this case, you would actually use dexterity, not intelligence.
No. Well, I still rolled a 2, so we would just add a
+2 to
what
it.
the
9.
the mod, so +3.
What's your intelligence at? Let's see.
My intelligence is 14.
Oh,
My
so
dexterity
it's
is 17.
It's only going up to an 8. Okay. So,
Yeah,
Okay.
It's only
yeah, it's
one
not
point
like
difference. Well,
it's not like
So-
it's
a 1 point difference. So, Jax, as you're working with your thief's tools, approaching this padlock again, you can feel the weight of those keys interchanging gears inside, the clicking sounds emanate through, and you can feel that your thief's tools were not successful, and you can kind of pull them out in the nick of time before those keys kind of clamp down and break your thief's tools. You seems like you could make another attempt at it.
All right, guys. I think before my tools break, I may have one more shot here. After that, I don't know. This lock may best me here.
Oh, wait a minute. I do got my bardic inspiration here. I can inspire you.
That was so inspired.
That was very inspiring.
All right, here's the inspiration. Here's stop being a failure. It's your one job.
Oh,
Yes.
the
Damn.
Harsh
Oh, boy.
inspiration.
Damn, boy.
Ouch.
sometimes you need that, that rough love.
More like
Rough-
bardic motivation.
Rough love.
All right.
You need that rough love.
You need the rough love, man.
Oh man,
Dirty loving.
dirty loving. All right, you can use your
And
bardic
then
inspiration.
How do I roll that one again?
You have to manually do it because threat of combat doesn't trigger off a tool. So
Okay, and it's a 10 for him right now?
a D8.
D8? All right. There you go. 19 total.
So you spend your inspiration here, getting guided, and move your key strokes within, trying to do the best you can for this to work. And as you do that, you feel as your key strokes click, then snap back. Your thief's tools break. Not be able to see. In addition, you begin to hear a clicking sound, now more from the padlock, begins to click over and
So the padlock itself is clicking now?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to jump out, come back, come into the hallway, close the door, and relay all this to the party and ask if Lehman can freaking mend the thief's tools.
So
again.
as you bounce out of the treasury room, you shut the door. It's good advice for yourself, because in those seconds of shutting the door and turning around towards Lehman, you can feel the weight of heat burst forward as the ticking stops and the trap is set. The burst of fire zigs and zags. You can hear it roaring from inside, and after the several bursts, it suspends and stops, and the scorch and smells and the things cling to the nostrils, even out here through the crevices of the stone door. In that moment, mending does take some time. We're not really pressed for that at the present moment. So you're kind of just allowing Lehman to take the minutes to repair your thief's tools. And after that, they are repaired.
Guys, I don't know either. There's a key somewhere we missed that needs to work in this. But I thought I had it that time. Pretty good shot there. And it broke the tools and it, set off the trap.
You want me to try with your thief's tools?
I mean, sure.
Just hold out his hand.
I guess I have to go to my inventory to pass them to you. Hold on, I'm trying to find them. There they are.
You gonna trade your thief's tools off?
No, he said he wanted.
Those are custom.
Bard boy wants to.
Are you proficient in thief's tools?
I don't know if he is or not. I was about to ask that.
Let me see. Probably not.
You are not proficient in thief's tools.
So that can be like a disadvantage, right?
It just means you don't add your proficiency bonus to the roll.
Oh.
Which means you're missing.
So it's just a dex check, basically.
Yeah.
All right. Pip is just doing this to try to make you look bad, to be honest.
You're just gonna do it to make him look bad? Nice.
There you go.
All right. Son of a...
Hey, Donald, don't forget to shut the door behind him. You don't want to get burned.
Why am I not able
I don't want
to
to watch him get burned.
It may come through the door.
I'm just gonna follow exactly what I saw him do.
I mean, then I'll just stand under you.
So you can see.
I don't suppose we could just smash it.
I don't know if we tried. Did we try to smash it, Donlin? I don't remember.
All right, so let's
You
just
guys
try.
wouldn't let me back in the room after I stepped on the pressure plate.
Well, that was prudent advice.
You son of a
shit.
bitch.
Wait,
That's
do you
the same
not
thing
have
I just rolled.
dexterity?
It didn't add anything.
Because you have to select. So you probably had it on like intelligence or something. You don't have a mod for. That's what I'd been doing. I didn't realize I could select.
Well, I have a +1 in dexterity and +2 in intelligence. So for mod.
All right. All we care about is the roll. So we got 19 plus your dexterity, which is 1. It's 20. So Pip, as you begin to make work of the lock, feel the thief's tools intersect through. And eventually find a little groove in there. There's a click sound. The click sound, the padlock unlocks.
That was one off of my check, son of a bitch.
So Pip just opens it.
So Pip, as you open it, you can see that there is an altar of some kind, candlelight of none, but there could be candles lit, and 2 skulls painted in black and red, eye sockets hollow, and figments of runes placed within. You then stare at the altar, and you can observe that there are 2 chests on the northern side on the low ground. These chests are not locked, metallic reinforced, reddish wood. And then the altar itself is some sort of tome, and the tome itself is going to fit into the description of what we had before. It seems to have this dried skin riddled with rituals and things, and has a little bit of like an eye staring up. And so this kind of goes to you, Kane, because Kane and you were the one to have read that previously, and you were wondering if that was. And so based on the description, that is kind of what this is going to. Now, Pip, you don't know that, right? You don't, in terms of item description things, you just see it as a extremely interesting tome in terms of this devilish eye placed with the wretched leatheliness. And then there is this blackish staff, and the blackish staff is of twisted kind of blackened bark, and it pulls itself through and then twists towards the tip at the end. Something to note is that the staff has kind of these bluish like gems placed within the top end of the staff and the grooves of the bark as they separate through.
Okay, so I'm just gonna enter and then look for traps. Well, I should have done that first.
Holy roll tonight, dude.
It'll counteract later.
So Pip, as you step forward,
A deuce.
you step onto a pressure plate. And as you step onto the pressure plate directly in front of the altar, you set off the traps as the gargoyle-like dragons open their mouths. The same kind of, I would say, gargoyle-like demons, right, in terms of descriptions of Tamuruk, and those mouths open, shooting blasts of fire out. Donlin, you took a step into space as well while this happened, so I need you to make a dexterity saving throw too.
Kanan and I were the only smart ones here.
15. Okay, so you are both going to take 10 points of fire damage, succeeding on your saving throw. Now, Pip, you are on the actual recessed plate, and so you're sitting on the plate is like lowered down right now. Breath then suspends and the mouth is closed.
I think I fucked up a bit.
What'd you do?
I pulled
Oh
a
my
U.
god.
I cannot stress the importance of watching where you step in this place.
Well, the problem is, I think I can get off and be okay, but I don't know if I can get back on.
I mean, why don't
From
you let Jax
Actually,
disarm it?
from me looking at these traps before, if you move and get off that, it's probably going to reset, and then we just have the chance to set it off again. If you stay there and we clear a path, I might be able to come and disarm it with you on there, so it's disarmed and we don't have to worry about it.
with what, your thieves tools that I currently have?
Yeah, so I'm going to need those back, or you can try to disarm it however you want to, but I'm not stepping in the room until one of the two happens.
Okay, since Pip didn't notice the thing before, I'm going to do... Would it be invest? What would it be so I can see if I can see what the patterns are? Because Pip wasn't in there when they saw the patterns in there, so he wouldn't know what to look for. He just knew where to go because they told him.
All I can say is to zoom in on the map and look at the difference between the tiles that have been highlighted, tiles that haven't been highlighted. So, with your perspective vision, Pip, you would look this tile, and then this tile, and look at the difference of those to that tile.
I mean, I figured as much. I just try not to admit it.
That's it. So that is all I can tell you is that the stones are tiled differently from the others.
But you said Pip's Pip's tile is still recessed, right?
That's correct. So it's a pressure
Mhm.
plate. So as soon as you kind of step onto it, you step down into it, and then it sets it off, and so you're still recessed.
Cool. I'm gonna step on there with him.
Okay. You step on it,
So-
Donlin. As you step on it, the plate goes even further down and clicks. Lets off a series of flames.
Of course.
Pip,
No, it
You
didn't
know,
make
Jax,
me roll. Yeah,
I
it didn't
need
make me
you-
roll.
I'm
I need
fairly
you.
certain.
I need you to make a manual dexterity saving throw, Pip, because you are at the blast rate.
I'm fairly certain you just offered a perfectly sensible alternative. And
Oh
damn
my
it.
god!
Natural
Yeah, he
Nice.
was taking too long to get over here,
Donlin
man.
and Pip, you have both failed.
Well, it's 'cause you were in the way. Where
take
was he gonna go?
16 points
could
of fire
share
damage
space with me.
apiece.
Oh
How
my
is
god!
Mouse
Damn it,
and
little
close.
pig.
Hey Pip, can I have those tools back? Or are you gonna disarm
Yes.
this, or you're gonna keep on stepping on it?
No, you can have it. How do I give it to you again? Trade?
You can trade it.
Yeah, right. Well, right. I just right click on it and it says give the player or something like that.
Oh. That easy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's.
Here you go. I thought I could open a door. I didn't say I can disarm traps.
I feel it necessary to warn you that be careful of anything you touch in there as well. That there could be all sorts of nasty curses on some of those things. So,
I
Yeah, so,
agree,
on
but I'm not
unholy
stupid.
artifacts. Your
So I'd like-
health pool currently would beg to differ, sir.
I didn't set off the second one.
Do you guys want to one at a time step back out of here while I do this, just in case?
Well, me and you can't be in the same
doesn't
spot.
matter where we're at.
You can move through spots, you just can't end the turn on the spot. So technically, since we're
No,
in
I was
comp-
talking about like all the way out in the hallway.
Well, if they step off, it goes off again. Is the thing.
No, it's only if we step onto another one, right?
I think it's only well so far it's only done when they stepped on it. But I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna take a look at it.
They're on
Michael.
the landmine. Disarm the landmine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, a lot of misnomers about that one. So I'd like to take a look at it. And do I know a way that I can
Make an investigation check. please.
disarm it? Oh my god, man! I'm rolling like
10.
fast tonight.
Well, it is a pressure plate. And you know that the pressure plate is currently recessed, seems to have multiple levels of recess depending on weight, which triggers. So it has to be very complicated if it's measuring weight in terms of its pressure. So right now, you cannot disarm it because it is recessed. It's inaccessible
Mhm.
for your tools. It needs to be leveled with the floor to be able to lift it off the ground and then hopefully counterweight it and then get to work.
Out of curiosity,
don't-
how if I climbed on the table, was there room on the table?
There is room to stand up on the table. You'll have to crouch down because the ceiling height is roughly 8 to 9 feet here.
So I can get on the table. It should raise it a bit, and that should be able to get you in there to look at it, right?
Presumably, you both have to be off of it.
Yeah,
Roll
I-
back up.
I mean, it's a
Yes.
big table. We can both stand on the table.
Pip, you hold Donlin, and then you get on the table.
Pip, hold on
hold,
like a
hold
baby.
on like a little baby.
Hold on like a little baby. I got you, boy.
I don't think it has the strength to hold him like a.
Donlin, how much do you weigh?
In my, I mean, the character only like 60 pounds, but I am wearing
Your
like
s-
a lot
stra-
of gear.
Strength score is 11.
170
You can
pounds.
carry him. Yeah, you carry him.
I do have like 100 pounds of gear on.
It's
Dude, how you're
He's
like
carrying his body weight.
just
in it.
really
Shit.
buff. It's
Yeah,
just
no,
super
yeah.
buff.
oh my god.
Carry 3 times my body
All right,
weight.
So we have two choices here, and it's your guys' hit points. So you can either try to get on the table, right, on this area right here that we don't know if it's trapped or not, or you can simply back out into the hallway. But I need this to reset itself so that I can disarm it.
Alright, I'm gonna do an investigation check to see if the table is trapped.
Dude, we're gonna die by all the booby traps in here. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you investigating particularly here, Pip?
I'm honestly looking for just. He wouldn't know anything too much about Arcana, so just mainly mechanical type traps.
Gotcha. There doesn't seem to be any mechanical like traps. There's like these teeth that are coming up with similar kind of charred blackish flesh. flesh that formed like a mantle around the tome that would have to be kind of broken off, or the fingers would have to be like kind of curled, and those are impregnated into the stonework of this altar. The staff is just kind of chilling, like on the edge there. It does not seem like there is any traps there to you. There's no tripwire, pressure plate edges, or grooves. In fact, the altar is built of solid stone. It's actually embedded from the floor.
Your guys' call.
I mean, I can leave. That's fine.
Donlin, that's actually the first smart thing you've done since we've been down here, I think.
I mean, I'm gonna stand in the hallway and watch you guys get burned.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll make popcorn.
Alright, I'm gonna move and make a dash.
Jaden, do you have any scrap? Oh, can I steal a few?
Your call, Pip.
I was gonna move
Donald, come here.
just right here.
Where? What?
So,
I'm
Pip, fair
watching.
warning. Fair warning.
Yes, I know. You could kill us
you
both.
stepped on it. No. Last time you stepped on it, it went all the way through the room to Donlin. So it goes all the way through both rooms.
Oh, I know.
Before I do this, are you sure you want to stay there?
I do in a minute once I give you some inspiration not to kill us.
Absolute faith in you.
Abs. 10.
Yep, Donald, that's what it is.
Has Lance is healing Donlin now again?
Again.
I just
Rub some dirt
picture
on
it
it.
as Donlin's like on the ground, sitting between Kanan's legs, and Lance is just like patting Donlin's back, trying to put out the flames that are still smoldering.
Got a little bit of ointment for that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's fine.
So the sad part is this probably didn't exist last week with Michael. He made it because he knew you stepped on every trap he'd set out, and he figured he'd just get us with this one too.
The
Alright.
entire staircase on the way up is trapped now too. Like
That's
that's
what
I'm saying.
I've
Every
retconned
single
so
stair.
many traps. No.
This bad boy looking like the house from Home Alone.
You don't know.
It's gonna be a paint
You know,
can.
I've contemplated a lot to make just like a flat trap maze or something that is just absolutely out there and insane. There's just no way narratively to make that work.
Dungeon of the Mad Mage, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna surprise if you would have like somehow been like, oh, since you guys did this thing, the floor changed, and so now it's the opposite way.
Oh, if I'm like
Oh, now you have to jump.
It was all
on
an
the other
illusion.
one.
the
tiles
tiles
all
are an
swapped. Oh,
illusion. They
God.
swapped. I'm not that much of
That
a
would
dick.
suck.
Jeez.
That sucks so bad. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna look in there. I don't see any of the same tiles that we got over here on, so I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna have to take care of this tile in front of us with the pressure plates. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to disarm that trap.
Okay. Let me check with your thief's tools, please.
And so, does it matter for intelligence or dexterity?
This
in this
one
case?
doesn't. This one doesn't matter. You can do intelligence based or dexterity, right? And so that's why
All right.
there's always a play between the two. It's just like when you're using a tool.
Oh my god! And I will
Yeah.
use my
Roll,
bardic inspiration. Dude, my
Go-
rolls have been
go roll a
fucking
d8 for me.
rough.
You're rolling a d20, right? Not a d10.
You know, you
Oh
should have
my
been late so I could have
God,
rolled for you,
man.
dude.
Dude, I feel
I'll
like
roll
Deuce's right now.
dexterity.
All right,
I
so
feel like Deuce's right now. Holy
so
shit!
Jack's here with a 13, getting underneath the pressure plate and beginning to disarm. It becomes very apparent your counterweight is off. You can see it recess immediately and snap down. Your thief's tools, you pull them out at the nick of time, and then immediately the fires start. I'm not going to trigger the macro or the animation. Just going to say Pip and Jax, you are both caught into the fire. I need you both make dexterity saving throw.
Jesus.
Have we rolled above a 10 besides like the one time?
That one roll. Yeah.
I did
There
good
we
until
go.
you came
hey,
in there.
Hey, there's your roll.
There's the roll I need
Jax,
to disarm.
you're going to
this
take
shit.
11 points of fire damage. And Pip, you are going to take 22 points of fire damage with a fail saving of a 6.
God.
You are unconscious as you are roasted. Getting blasted by the fire. Pip, you can see him roasting and then all of a sudden curling down like Anakin. I mean, we know it.
I'll go in there and grab him and just like pick him up and like hold him like this and chuck him into the hallway.
Okay, so you're doing the sensible thing here. Picking Pip up and checking the hallway. Go ahead and warp you kind of in the back end there.
I'm running out of aloe vera over here.
All right. Are we going to do medicine check to stabilize?
Yeah, I'll stabilize and then attempt to.
I won't have you roll for that. I'm just kind of going through the motions at this point as we get
Yep.
the kind of the vault door open here. It's kind of interesting how you're all navigating doing this.
Thank God,
next step.
man. This is all right.
Very
Hey guys, look.
interesting.
So this is a multi-pronged trap here that has multi levels to it. I just don't know right now. I'm just not with it. I think we can probably jump across to the platform and be fine. But before I do it, I want to let you guys know what I'm doing, so that if something does happen, you know where to
Why
find me.
Would
Why
you
don't
rather
you let-
I jump across?
Why don't you let me go, since
Thank
I'm
you.
the one that can actually probably make heads or tails of all the stuff.
Pip, I put
That's
10
probably
to
a good
you.
call.
You can put
at
18 to
full
your
health
character.
at the moment.
So
Jax, come here.
So, Kanan, it is the square right in front of the door, but I think all of them probably have some sort of trap on them. But you can probably just jump straight across to the place with all the stuff on it, and I'll move backwards, crying about my lack of my ability to do the job tonight.
Hey, how did you let the bard pick your lock?
Shut the hell up, Don, before I push you in that room.
And Jax,
I mean-
you get 6 healing.
Okay, so I put 28 to Pip,
Thank
and
you,
then
sir.
I put 6 to Jax. So you're
Yep.
current there. So, Katie, you're going to make an attempt here.
Well, the
Michael's
ceiling
like, line
height,
up.
you said there was a height issue. So, like, could you jump onto the table from here, or is it like you don't have enough clearance?
You are too tall. There's not enough clearance for you to make a running
So-
jump there.
Secondary,
Can I
can
jump
I
on
just lean over and like touch the table since it's like 5 feet?
No, it's outside of your reach unless you had a device or something that would allow you to reach 10 feet.
You want to use a glaive?
Well, the problem is anything we pull off is going to land on the pressure plate. Plus, the book is currently affixed.
You want
I
me to
mean-
jump on the table?
Look,
Just stand back. It's fine. I'm gonna step over the one I know is trapped and just see if the one on the side. I can't do it because of walls, but I'm gonna step there.
You want to
Over
step
the-
here?
The obvious trap. Yeah,
You want to step on the trap?
I thought this was the trap.
If you look, they're all traps.
Look at the
Yeah.
tiles.
They're all
but
the
There's
traps.
a shadow over the two top and
Yeah,
bottom.
I just want to make sure you can see them. So I'm just
Okay, yeah,
helping
no.
you out a little bit here.
I'll give you
mean-
a spoiler. They're all traps.
guys, I can try again. Can't guarantee results. I feel like we need to see the book and the staff on the side. I would be this guarded if it wasn't worth something.
Well, not
Do I
only
need to
that,
take your-
but
I can get on the table.
the book is likely the key to finishing that ritual. We don't want anyone to be able to do that.
Do you want me to get these
Hold
spells
on.
again? And I do it?
Hold on a second. How long is the immovable rod?
Oh,
It's like 2 feet or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not very big.
But if we put it high enough, could you shimmy your way over to the table?
You like hand
Or
over
just
hand it.
stand on the rod,
Yeah.
just stick it out 2 feet, put
Dude,
it there. and
That's
stand
that's a
on it.
balancing act.
Well, so balance. I think the feet over, like Dolan's saying, is a balancing act. But if you could do hand over hand, like a
You just
rope,
hand over hand it. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thoughts?
I mean, it's only 2 feet. You'd still have to.
I mean, it's
So
a
if you reached out and stuck it, like, I mean, you've got like a 4-foot reach with your arm. You reach out, put it out.
all right. So let's
I
just see what it
mean,
looks like
I
here.
don't. I'm like 3 feet tall.
Well, you're tiny. Yeah.
Can I can't. I'm not able to share a square with Kanan, am I?
You cannot end your turn on the square. You have to move through it. So how this works when we're out of combat is that you can't sit on a square and then take an action, right? So that's how you
Okay. So
really
I
that's what
will-
you do in out of
We
combat.
can change places.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just swap
oh, I
places.
was gonna say I was gonna toss you the rod, but okay.
I could do that too.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna give Kanan the rod.
Just waiting for someone to drag their token wrong.
Right on the track. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm making sure before I let go of that. I'm gonna give Kanan the rod so he can work whatever he needs to with the rod to try to get across. So let me actually do that now. Oh my baby.
There better be some armor in that room.
I mean, we can just assume I have it. You probably don't need to trade it to me.
Okay,
Unless it's
okay.
going to self-destruct or something.
Yeah, we don't have to Yeah, you don't have to
Okay.
transfer that over if you don't want to.
All right, Kanan has the rod.
Okay.
So he will place it, just over head height, like out. He's going to lean out over the thing, like halfway across, lock it, and then use it as a handhold to.
So you're holding it out and then immediately unveiling it. No anchor. You're just kind of then shipping yourself across. But make an athletics check.
Good at that.
Man, you're gonna set it off anyway. But bright side, if
Yeah.
you set it off, at least you're already in the room. So like,
So am I, though.
I mean, you're the one, you know.
You burn me.
Oh my god.
2. So Caden, as you begin to get across, this is that you have to get your knees up. You're having to like really shimmy yourself, and your fingers and everything it just slips. You fall down onto the pressure plate.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Jax, please make it a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit. Oh yeah.
Hey,
Hold on.
now
I pressed
Kanan's
that.
in the room, and now he can do everything.
I was doing the wrong thing here. Hold on.
Yeah, it was a sacrifice in order to get into the room,
Mm-hmm.
Praise be.
I like how long that we're spending on this. We could have literally just had Pip grab everything and then come.
All right, so Jax,
Yeah, that's
with
true.
21,
I'm
you were
concerned
going
this shit might be cursed.
you're going to succeed. You take 6 points of fire damage, and then Kanan, you're going to fail, and you take 13 points of fire damage.
Yes, it's still a bit warm.
Yeah. Yeah. I see that. Just get what you need to, and don't forget the rod. But I'm stepping out of this damn room.
Hey,
I'm gonna go ahead and unhook the rod and put it in my pocket so I don't forget it.
Yeah, literally, Pip could have just stood on the square that he was on and grabbed it if Donlin didn't go in there.
I mean, he still could have grabbed it before I left.
True.
There are also a number of chests in here we're gonna have to find some way to examine. He will take a look at the staff just to see if there's anything. He's just gonna stand here because he's already on the thing. See if there's anything recognizable: runes, inscriptions, writing, symbols.
But make a religion check. In the bark 15, it does appear to have very similar runes to that on the actual clay, kind of basin, those jars, right? Those pots that you observe, that reddish kind of clay. And so, as you're kind of looking into the bark and those runes, as they're kind of inscripted things, it would suspect that this has a more powerful version than the rods that the creatures were.
Okay, well, he will pick that up.
Pick it up. As you pick it up, your weight changes, Kanan. Pressure plate goes lower down. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no!
I will.
I am fresh out of.
All right. So activate your energy resistance here as you begin to. I don't know. You roleplay this how you want it. You want it to look. So if you want to make it look like anything, that's up to you.
Yeah, he's just gonna sort of hunker down and just sort of a little bit of a shadow kind of just wipes across him as the fire hits him, and he just seems a little unfazed by it.
Okay. A little unfazed by it, gaining resistance. You're going to half the 24 down to 12 points of damage.
Glad I used that.
Jesus.
Is the trap getting more powerful?
I think it's just.
I mean, it's probably warmed up by now.
Variance.
I think Michael's rolls are just better than ours tonight right now.
Mine were fine until the pressure plate was set off the second time.
Well, in
Maybe don't
fairness,
get
you did
burned.
walk into the room first before you checked for.
All right. Well, at this rate, penny for a pound. I'm climbing up onto the table. I don't care if I have to lay on it.
Okay. You're just basically crouched down when you get upon it.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's just gonna hop over here.
Kanan,
Very
you all right back there?
It's a little toasty. You know, when you pick things up, you get heavier. Important. note to-
You just learned that?
I didn't know it was that sensitive. I saw 2 people stand on it. I didn't see a bird land on it and start burning people.
Well, that's because the bird
Butterfly.
landed on it got burned.
Butterfly on the shoulder sets it off.
Butterfly on the shoulder says it up.
So he's going to inspect the book now. I assume it's the one I was expecting.
Yes.
Based on
So
the description.
so you begin to. Are you holding the book, just looking at it? What do you do?
Well, he's looking at it. And he's examining the sort of encasing it has around it to see, does that come out, or is it locked in place, or like, you know, what would it take to get it off the table?
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
If you need me to smash, I smash.
So with a 14 investigation, it would appear that these are kind of fingers that are reaching up and kind of coming up from the stonework and coming through and holding it. And then as you're kind of looking at them, you maybe give a little light breeze of your breath, and they're barely even on there. So they're just kind of like wobbling. It's really more of an aesthetically pleasing thing for them to kind of hold as a mantelpiece.
So it's just goth decoration. Okay.
Very good. That's exactly correct.
Yeah, all right. Well, he is going to pick up the book.
You pick up the book in your possession.
That away. Okay. And these are all 3 chests. Is that what I'm seeing here? In the
Yes.
corners?
So that was what I was describing. There was 3 chests here. There's 2 chests on the northern side that Pip could observe, and then the other one, which is kind of more tucked into the corner, is slightly smaller, more metal reinforced, and that one is locked.
So that one's locked. The other 2 aren't.
The other 2 aren't.
All right, I'm going to take the handy staff I just picked up and just flip the lids open from the table so I can see what's in them.
Take the staff and begin to flip them over. Both those chests are filled with gold and platinum pieces.
Oh my
Filled to
god.
Filled to the brim.
Jax, I believe we're going to have to disarm this trap.
You know, I had an idea. Did we ever
Also,
see?
There's a locked chest.
Did we
Oh
ever
my god.
see if we set off one pressure plate? Will another one go off if that one's already triggered?
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you're on one and you trigger it, so
I
what?
mean, if you hit them at the same time, it wouldn't do anything. But yeah, if you hit one sequentially, that's going to go off again.
Hmm.
I know what you're saying. They're not bound. Well, what I think we know is they're not bound together. Like you're saying, if one goes off, then they're inert. It's, you can set them all off. You know, one after the other one. They're individual traps, just with the same effect.
Well, is there any way to disarm
That's
the
what I'm
entire
wondering.
trap?
That's what I'm wondering.
Maybe if you stand here and look
Okay,
into
so
the battle map.
after being in this room and the other room and knowing the squares and all that type of stuff, is there anything in this room that would lead me to believe there's a way to turn off the trap? Because there's no way that somebody brought that stuff in here, you know, with the traps being armed. If that makes any sense.
Make a thief's tools or investigation check. Thieves tools based on intelligence. Your choice. Probably the same modifiers either way.
Could I attempt to assist maybe with a different tool skill?
What are you going to assist with? Yeah, make your argument.
Well, so let me see. I have Mason's tools. If they were going to build a house and build a trap room around this, I would know perhaps where's the best place to put the switch.
Oh yeah,
for
I
ease
like
of
that
access.
argument.
He's looking for the wet wall, basically, because it's blowing
The
fire.
switch
Yeah,
is
I
in that
could-
mouth on the wall that you can touch. Why?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make a Mason's tools check. Wish.
Okay. What stat?
Wisdom or intelligence? Let's see either one.
Def- Wisdom, if I have a choice.
If I have it, I will do the one I have the better one.
Yes, please. Well,
always-
okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean 11's still really high, especially since you're helping on the check.
Still, I think your natural 18 investigation is probably going to do better.
Yeah. So with the 18 investigation, Jax, aided by Lance, getting a feel for the room and how it's laid out would either be that they had tunneled into the space or they had built the space around the actual traps. And that if there was a switch, would the switch be somewhere that's on the path of getting out, or is the switch somewhere on the path of getting in? And maybe there is a timer. As you observe, there was some sort of clicking sound when this door was attempted to be opened, and that clicking sound has suspended. In the same way, there's a clicking sound from the padlock, and the padlock is not a connected mechanism to the door, which means that was magically set off to unleash. With the Mason check of 11, where exactly would you put that? There's only one piece of solid stone that was built into this space. That's the altar.
So of course I would have relayed everything I thought or saw to the group for
Yeah.
any
So
ideas or
to simplify just a little bit. So to simplify, so Jax, you know it to be a timed thing, that it could be set close to the door or away from the door, as long as you get out of the space quick enough before you shut the door, the pressure plates initialize or whatever it is that does it. And then Lance, you know that the only piece of solid stonework as they built this is the altar, how it's impregnated into the floor, and then the traps are built into the walling of the stone. The room was kind of built around it.
Seems like the altar would be a rational place to put the trigger to disarm the trap. Wouldn't have to hit it on the way back through.
yeah, everything that I'm seeing, the person would have to get out of the rooms, if you will, within a certain amount of time. So, I mean, the altar would be the only place I could think of where they could put it, arm it, get out of here, and then, have the doors and locks and everything closed behind them potentially. So, I don't know, Kanan, can you take a look around the altar for something maybe that I don't know?
Sure.
I can't disarm all of these traps.
Yes, it is becoming a problem. I will inspect the altar for ways to turn off traps.
A trap. Go
Trap switch.
make a perception investigation check.
Oh God!
Oh,
Rich is not rolling today, man. It's never good.
Since
No,
you're
you're not.
on the altar itself, it's very difficult to see. You don't see anything on the surface here, and the slab of stone is slightly kind of coming outwards and wrapping a little bit, hugging on in terms of the top end of the thing before it becomes a little bit more shapely as it funnels down and then kind of hits into the floor and obviously is a part of the floor. You do not see a mechanism, switch, a rune, or a lever of any kind where you're currently positioned.
Not that I can see.
All right, so look, I think we have some stuff to do in town here. I don't think this is going anywhere. I do think we probably need to go ahead, Donlin.
what happens when some poor, unsuspecting villager stumbles down here? Do you want that body on your head?
I was going to suggest that we shut and lock the door.
Well, the other thing that we know is that once the plate is down, presumably there's a bottom. The further down it went, the more it went off. But if you could make it go all the way down.
As if
Yeah,
you dragged one
presumably.
of those chests onto it?
That's what I was thinking. You'd have to tank one more blast of this damn trap.
Well, we have another interesting problem, Kanan, is you're kind of stuck in there right now, too.
That is the other predicament that I foresee at the moment.
Kanan, are you sure you looked at the altar?
I am certain
Fully.
I looked at it. I am not certain. I may not have missed something.
Did
Could
you
I,
check the skulls? Always
fucking-
check the skulls.
Could I take a look at the altar to see if I notice anything?
Make a perception or investigation check.
Oh man,
I will
they're
try
the same
to
for me.
uncover as much of it as I can. I can't actually.
Dib is gonna shut the door
Why are you shutting the door?
in case a fire comes.
The 13
I'm watching the
investigation
show.
jacks, what, as I described, is that the altar is seemingly built out of solid stone. And indeed it is. It is built from the floor. There's just one part of it that doesn't happen to be part of the floor. That is the top lid as it hugs. The groove is hidden as it's tucked in, it warbles and wraps as it smooths as it flows down around it. Something you can't see until you're very much close to it. You can observe.
Kanan, did you see that part of the altar right there?
Which part?
Where did you say that part was, Michael?
It is the entirety of the lid of the altar.
So the whole top is a lid.
The whole
top.
It's like a coffin.
Yeah, it's like a sarcophagus, but it's hidden to look like a solid piece of stone. Seemingly solid piece of stone.
So you're telling me that this thing that I am currently standing on top of is meant to open?
I think so.
That's
Smash
a
it.
bit problematic. That's with my
You want me to get
mighty physique.
You want me to get Donlin in here for you?
Why
I
don't
mean,
you
I think
just try to
we could
take
just
that one
open
plate
it.
out?
I just have to get off of it. Is the problem?
Just use. I can inspire you. Hopefully,
Oh my
And
god, dude, with
you-
these rolls we've had tonight.
you just gotta undo that one plate. That one plate is the problem.
Yeah, this one right here.
Mm-hmm.
What if he undoes that one plate and it sends off a safety mechanism in the trap, and now the whole room's just filled with
That's why we're out here.
That's a fair point.
Jesus.
fire?
Perhaps I can help by leveraging it with a staff once you get it up, so that you have more room to work.
Yeah, maybe with the both of us working together, I can get a better look at it to disarm this one for you.
I'm gonna inspire
So-
you by saying you can't mess up more than you already have.
Thanks, buddy.
God damn.
Dude, this is some harsh ass inspirement right here. This is like
Now this
football
man's about
coaching.
to roll a nat one because of you. That was fucking
Yeah.
rude.
All right.
Just use
Rough.
cutting words on him.
Brutal.
All right, so I'm gonna, with Kanan's assistance here, try to disarm that trap that's in between Kanan and I. So the one I've already tried once.
Okay. Go ahead. Make your thief's tools.
We
Now,
believe.
do I get anything for him assisting me in this or no?
Are you getting anything for Kanan assisting you?
Yeah.
Does
The
Kanan-
attempt is to, as he's lifting it, because he has to lift it to operate on it, I'm assuming, right? Because of pressure plate. So once he gets it lifted, I want to help leverage it with the staff and then put the immovable rod under the pressure plate so that he can work freely.
I see. I think my argument is that the staff and the movable rod are actually too big to try to work
Big.
in the grooves of that. They're going to be too blunt. If you had a thief's tools yourself, I would say you could help kind of getting down, lowering yourself, and working on the pressure plate. But the way that it works, I think that the staff and the movable rod are going to be too girthy. That is
All
a
right.
word I thought I would never use.
That is a recurring point.
Apparently, I have used it.
All right, well, here we go.
We believe in you, Jax.
And I will, you know what, because I have it, and I don't know what this is going to be,
Use it.
Do
I'm going to
it.
go ahead and toss a D8 inspiration on
Hey,
top of
that's
that.
a
All right, so
25. Let's go.
25.
Jesus
So
Christ.
learning off of your lesson, you counterbalance correctly, beginning to go underneath, and you can see that there is a piston-like mechanism as it works in gears and certain things underneath this entire room. Seems to funnel itself in the direction of the altar. You begin to work some of the gears, jamming them up a little bit so the plate doesn't recess. And you simply lay the plate down. It seems to be disarmed as you push your hand upon it and put some weight to it. It doesn't recess anymore.
All right, Kanan, the test is one of us has to step on it. You want me to do it or you want to do it? Either way, we're both getting hit. Okay?
Kanan jumps down.
I have absolute faith in your skills, John. There are so for the
You can reach
Roughly.
those.
Those are
But
trapped.
the issue here is you both can figure this out, and I'm gonna say we've had a number of investigation checks. I'm just gonna give this information you're able to work off of those same checks. The issue is that they are weighted.
the weight's going
traps.
to change. Yeah.
So the weight will change.
Which is why I'm saying there's a way probably within the coffin to disarm
Oh right,
this.
I forgot. I was so distracted by your success. I forgot that we can open the coffin. Yes.
So the thing is though is
Where are you
you
going to
almost
put
have
the
to open it. Yeah, we're gonna put the lid. You almost have to open it like straight up
Well, I'm
against
assuming
the back wall.
It just it folds
Like a
I
car
was
hood?
going to try and fold it up. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the way to do it.
Are you strong enough to lift stone?
Depends on how big it is.
So Kanan, are you attempting to do this?
Yes.
Okay. So Kanan, you put your hands underneath and immediately begin to lift, and it feels as if it's weightless. It's actually not made of stone. In fact, it is a light piece of wood, and an illusion begins to kind of break, kind of falters through of a plain reddish wood, and it seems to be feathered. So when it's feathered, like dovetail. So there's a piece of stone, piece of wood, piece of stone, piece of wood, and it fits in, as it lays in, and actually becomes seemingly to the actual altar. The illusion spell combined, you would never be able to tell the difference unless you're extremely up close with the rolls. As you lift, you can see that there are some gears and certain things that are in here, kind of interworking, get to move, probably in response to a pressure plate being set off. There seems to be a lever on the adjacent right-hand side. You grab that lever and you just pull back, and as you do that, a gear kind of locks in and stops the further mechanisms of things working. It seems at that point, the trap itself is disarmed.
Oh my god! It only took us 3 episodes to get here, 3 sessions to get here, guys.
Okay.
3 episodes, like 6 health pools. It's fine.
We good.
Dare we
Poor
test
Lance has.
our luck here? Who's gonna?
I almost died.
It seems to have worked.
I saw gold in there. I heard.
All right,
No,
so
these are religious artifacts. I've seen
No.
currency.
Nope. I heard gold.
just for the record, I did open the door.
You know, there's plenty of gold
no,
we're gonna
Donald,
have to
Donald,
carry
stop.
up.
This,
That one's
this one down here is locked, right?
Yeah.
That is correct. That chest is locked.
All right.
I
I've
really.
seen how
All right, guys.
masterful you are with your tools. Do
Well,
it.
hold on. Do you guys really want to be in the room when I try to unlock this, just in case everything else has been trapped? I'm just going to unlock it, but do you
How
want to be
many
in here
more
when I do it?
traps could there be?
Oh, why did you say
Donlin,
Why?
how many traps?
I'll just
Why?
quickly
How
shut this door.
that?
How many
Just shut
traps have you set off?
I mean, that's
All
the
right.
point. I'm not touching this one. So how
Okay.
many more traps could there be if I'm not doing it?
All right, I'm going to unlock the chest at the bottom there, or try to anyway.
Okay. Make a check with your thieves'
I like the
tools to try to
confidence.
unlock.
You're going to unlock it.
If you don't,
See,
I'm
that's
breaking
not
your
too bad.
tools.
All right, 19. Yeah, you're able to get your key and thieves' tools into it and unlock it. It seems to be a relatively simple padlock over the chest latch. You're able to open the chest and reveal. Inside appears to be diamonds, quite a bit of them. In terms of rarity here, looks to be about 5,000 gold piece worth diamonds. And there's 6 of them.
Wait,
Guys,
so
there's
it's 5,000?
there's 5 diamonds in
There's
here, guys.
6
I'm going to try to
diamonds
pocket one.
worth 5,000 gold pieces.
Oh, I know what you said. As I'm the one that can see in the chest and open it, I'm going to try to swipe one of the diamonds and tell them that there's 5 diamonds in there, without anybody seeing.
Make a sleight of hand check.
We're all just watching you.
If he rolls
I
the
was gonna
20 on
say.
this one after we all died,
I'm pretty sure we were all literally just staring at you, watching you unlock this chest.
All right, I need everyone who's
So-
looking, go ahead and make perception checks.
You guys cannot see inside the chest.
It doesn't
literally
matter. They're looking at
confused.
your movements behind. They're basically looking at your movements as you're interacting with the
They're
chest.
fuckers. If I
They're
hate
staring at you. They get the check actively. You can't use passives here because they're actually looking at you.
Everyone's just watching you. 'cause
Oh,
they're all
sorry. I mean, six diamonds.
All right, so Pip and Kanan, you observe that Jax, you are looting. You're taking all 6.
I'm pulling them out. No, I was taking one. I was leaving 5 in there.
Okay, you're taking one of the diamonds. So Kanan and
Yes.
Pip, you both observe that Jax has motioned a little bit oddly after the chest was open. The contents of the chest.
How many did you say was in there?
I don't think Kanan would say anything.
Well, technically, Jax is the only one who's going to describe it to you, right? So I can only tell you that the chest, upon Jax moving out of the way of it, there's 5 diamonds worth 5,000 gold.
Well,
pieces.
yeah, he was talking to Jax. That was Pip talking to Jax.
Gotcha.
There's 5. Why?
You little jerky over there, guy.
He's jumpy,
look,
man. He thought there was a trap.
Look,
There should now be a journal icon pin that is on top of the altar. That it leads to the actual treasury sheet that I've compiled based on the 1 diamond removed. There's 3,700 platinum pieces and 14,000 gold pieces in the
Jeez.
Holy shit.
am I missing this?
boy.
Do I need to refresh?
No,
I
it's
have to
in the
click
journal.
little- on the
Yeah.
left-hand side, you may have to click the journal notes thing.
Yeah, you might have to click the journal notes to make them presented, or you simply can go to the journal tab at the top right and funnel down to the treasury, Arilla's treasury, which actually is spelled treasury. That's funny.
We knew what you meant.
Do we just want to throw this in the group sack?
Yeah.
It's like a crap ton of gold.
We should probably go see if we can buy a bag of holding from Palu.
Hold on a second. I have a question. Oh, hold on, real quick. OOC out of this. Didn't we have a deal to get the bag of holding after we came back from finding out the status of the party, the whatever the party, the exploratory party was? Wasn't that part of the payment?
I think we tried to.
You
finagle it, but it
tried
didn't
to
go down.
finagle it. That was not part of the payment. Remember, Kalan
it.
had established the rules of payment, and Kalan,
Okay.
yeah, so that was Kalan's deal. And then you all came back and said, "Look what we did. I want the bag holding." And
It's your
you
weed
were not
dealer's
you were
fault,
not
really.
successful in haggling. So just note that this treasury sheet, for the actual gold, the currency value, I really can only distribute the value in terms of the party. So basically, you can just do to everyone gets their share of the gold and platinum. If you're wanting to throw this onto one person or whatever, then we'll have to do that manually. We'll have to reduce them.
Dude,
So-
did we not have a party? I thought we had a
The
party
party
bank.
assets.
We do. We can simply throw it onto there too if you want to do it that.
I'm good with that if everybody else is.
Yeah. I think that makes the most.
All right.
I
So,
will add it to
Michael,
the sheet.
So,
ahead.
and I think the diamonds can be the same. Throw them into the party.
You want them
into
in
the
there as
shared-
well?
That would be the 5 diamonds. That'd be my take on it.
Okay. I'll throw them in there as well.
Up to the rest of the party, though.
Can you just drag?
As
Are we
well,
able to
that's
drag
similar.
them?
Yeah, I dragged them in. I just drag them from the sheet over. It does it.
So I
Presumably
may have
some
misunderstood, Michael, but I thought that the total value of diamonds was 5,000, but each diamond is worth 5,000
Each
gold pieces.
diamond is worth 5,000 gold pieces.
Okay. Thank you.
Massive hunks, big
Cash,
ass.
cash money.
Yeah, they're massive. This is a treasury.
Yeah,
This
good thing we got.
is-
Good thing we got 5 of them.
Right? I
I
know it's a
mean,
lot of money.
you have to understand reasoning of how much money the actual Duke has, and building the main
Yeah.
and doing all of that, right? So, it all kind of.
So I think. I think. I mean, although we didn't find the key we're looking for, we got in the room. We got the book. We got the treasury. What? We need to probably go see Palu, and then we need to go pay our dwarf friends a visit, and then maybe make sure that the little incident with the dragon and the bar can be taken care of, and then we can see what's next in the adventures, right?
Yeah, like getting where we were intending to go before our ship got destroyed.
I do need to get to that Coliseum.
So everybody agree. We go up there, see Palu, maybe take a little bit of a rest depending on the time that it
Perhaps
is.
take a
Go
rest and then go see the dwarves tomorrow.
Yes, I agree.
Seems like a good
Hey, I
idea.
could use some new armor before we go talk to angry dwarves.
Lance,
I was going to see if you could make me a shield. One of you, you're also crafted.
I can make you a shield.
we also have some gear we've found throughout these adventures. We could probably divvy up. I already gave a ring out, but I mean, I have this very nice sword that that we got from the Duke. I'm not going to use this sword. We have some other things like well, I'm thinking about it, Kanan. You mind if I take that rod back from you?
Oh yes, of course.
Thank you, sir.
Sweet.
But I have a couple of scrolls that I found in the desk down here. Just some stuff that we can probably divvy up before we do anything else. Make you some armor, like you were talking, and then take a break, go see the dwarves, and get out of here, huh?
Sounds good. Hey, Kanan, that little magic rod fancy thingy.
This
You gonna
immovable
use
rod.
that? Not that one. The one that was up there with the book.
Perhaps
This man
I
wants
haven't
the
really
staff and the sword.
I haven't had a time to examine it for the. I'm fairly certain it's connected to the demon tamarind.
Oh, in that case, you can have it.
I think we probably need to have a talk about, like I said, the distribution of equipment here. So, anyway, up back to the inn,
armor.
or let's go find Pelu, do the armor, divvy up gear, take a break, go see the dwarfs. Right?
Okay. So we are gonna go to. We don't need your tokens to be moved here. We'll go ahead and kind of pan over to this map here.
I'm sorry, Lance. I know you're kind of coming, try to maintain. Are you got anything you want to accomplish other than those? Maybe some crafting stuff.
Oh, well, I thought I might chip in with the reconstruction of the bar. One dwarf to another, of course. Of course, we'll probably need to speak with Pelu and have him order the supplies for the reconstruction.
I don't see why Pelu would object to that.
Also, don't let me forget to let Palo look at this ring that you gave me.
So, Pip, I do appreciate you stepping up in my moment of failure there to unlock the door. And, since we're all talking about gear here, look, I know that sword did you right the first time you swung it. I don't debate that at all. I did give you the ring to help out with your spells a little bit. Any chance we might want to give that sword to somebody else in the party that can actually swing it a little more than once out of every 10 attempts and hit something with it?
For the record, I swung it twice.
Okay, you're going to the Hall of Fame. I lied.
That's a 500 batting record.
That's right.
I mean,
So,
I guess. I mean, it is cool to have a dragon killing thing, and I am like the talker of dragons, but
so
Well,
Pip,
if you
I'd
can
also
talk
be.
to dragons, you don't need to stab them.
That's a very good point. I'd be willing to also give you the short sword. It's a very nice short sword. If you're not wanting to use the rapier anymore.
I mean, to be fair, I don't.
Can you use a
Short
short sword?
swords are a simple
Yes,
weapon. You
yes,
can
I
use
can.
them.
Yeah, I thought you could.
I mean, I suppose, but if we could find out, Kanan, do you plan on using that staff you got? I saw what it can do. I don't know how proficient you are with magic, but
Short sword is not a simple weapon.
Is it not?
Short sword is a
No,
martial
it's a martial, but
Martial melee.
some classes get it by
But I
default.
do
like
have
rogues.
it. It is in my weapon proficiencies.
Yeah.
The short
Yeah.
sword, so I can't use it.
This sword was simple.
Oh no, it is listed separate. I have simple weapons: hand, crossbow, long sword, rapier, and short sword. Yeah.
It is a martial. I believe it is a martial weapon, and then certain classes.
It is,
will
sir.
Get that proficiency.
It is. All right, I'm going to send that short sword over to Pip.
You're not gonna stab stuff with a big sword. I'll stab stuff.
So setting the scene just a little bit here, because it sounds like we're headed in the direction of Payluz, the field house. Is that correct?
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, Payluz and a rest.
And a rest. Are we resting first, or are we doing Payluz first?
I would like to
I-
rest first. I mean, I'm a little
Payluz
exhausted.
first, right?
But
You want to do Payluz first, or you want to rest? Because you're the one that's. I mean, I guess I'm only half. I'm a little more than half life.
I mean, we're not planning to fight anything, right? Unless we get attacked by a
We're gonna
dragon.
kill Palu.
Like, we're literally going to give Palu information. Some of us are going to go crap shit. And then we're
Yeah,
going
that's-
to rest. And we'll
that's
just-
fine. It's only
It's
what?
the middle of the day. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the morning. Yeah, so Palu.
Okay. Just want to figure out where we're at in terms of things. So you go upstairs from the cellar into the actual ground floor, the first floor of the building, of the manor. And from there you can see the carnage, the bloodshed that has been left. It is an untarnished. No one has disturbed this. You're moving through the dining hall and then into the entry chamber, and eventually out of the front door. Shut the door behind you or even leave it open. Doesn't matter. As you do, your perceptions are alert and aware. Did anybody see this? Anybody notice as there's reinforcements coming our way, and there is nothing. People under hovels and things may be leaving at this point to go up to the mine during the swing of the shift, or even to just crack some firewood open, bring it into their hearth, get them warm. Snow is falling down. It's become more ferocious in terms of the morning, and you're heading for heavy snowfall this night. As you begin to stride on the cobbled path, the bricked path, I should state, and then onto the dirt underlay road covered in ice, you then begin to make way on the northern side of the village, head in the direction of the road that will lead you to the field house, to the mining operation in the company. All the while, no one actually approaches you. It seems that no one's really of the wiser, and on this journey, before you actually leave the village, you will pass by barrack, unless you decide you wish to go around it. And as you stare at the barracks and you observe, see that smoke billows from its chimneys, and that there are two guards smoking a pipe underneath the awning of the western entrance or exit. As they're smoking a pipe, spitting more wood into a brazier nearby, begin to talk about random shit. Drawing no attention to yourself, you continue to walk by. They simply look towards you and give a humble wave. And they continue their conversation.
Slow down, hang back a little bit to maybe overhear what they're talking about.
So, right, I have this apple pie, seasoned beautifully. Butter, brown sugar, some cinnamon. Delicious. Pastry, delicate. I tell you what. Orisha does it quite well. White. That sounds great. I would love to eat some of that. You invite me over tonight? Oh, baby, it's supposed to be harsh weather. Oh, bro, I love you. That sounds awesome. Simple, pleasant conversation.
So, as I do that, I'll turn around to him and say, "You know what else you can do with a warm apple pie?" And I'll just
Yep.
keep on walking.
They stared. Hear the muttering. What the fuck was that?
I believe he was referring to ice cream, so you should try it on top.
What's ice cream?
You've got goats, though, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, they have goat milk for sure.
Old as it is up here, nobody's ever frozen a goat. No.
As you ignore them, continue on your merry way. Eventually, time passes by. Takes a decent amount to get up to the field house based on where you're at, the snow and the conditions presented. And you begin to reach the field house. See that we are around lunchish time, so the canvas tents, the coverings, the long benches, the fires are roaring, the smells of food populate and are quite pungent. Diverse amount of people and miners holding themselves with wool over top and different pelts, holding and eating bowls of stew, soup, eating breads, drinking ales, water, wine as well, perhaps if it's corked and bottled, and and up on the tables, and they're drinking, making merry. You observe the dwarf, Timothy, currently placed, putting things upon some of the poster boards, getting them ready for those that are going to be leaving their lunch, or perhaps it's their breakfast if it's a swing, and getting them ready for their assignments and just reviewing things. And they have a hammer and stomping nails in, ripping different things, the papers off, pulling different nails off. They also have scribe, actual writing tools, and they're kind of making notes and other things upon them if there's an error or something that has been dealt by Pelu. Their town folks sitting around the flames of the braziers, enjoying the heat of the conversations. They smoke pipes. Then as you're staring and making your way here, a familiar face begins to walk out of the warehouse, opening the door, holding a burlap sack of some kind, and they begin to walk, crossing over the road in the direction of the cauldrons over flame with food and the people. Most likely a sack of grain or food or something for the livestock, or perhaps for the people. And they notice you all making way on the road. They stop and turn and begin to approach.
Hey, Jax, here comes your girlfriend.
Yes. I'm sorry. Where were yours?
Hey, at least I
Start
can get
making
my
my
tools
way.
to function.
They make pills for that now. It's okay.
So Mordenkainen's blue summoning.
Or the Guidance Blue Summoning.
Oh my god.
For the cheap
More-
price.
Wait, no,
of-
it'd be like what is it? Mordenkainen's enlargement spell.
Yeah.
Alright, on that note, I'm going to the Smiths, so I'm out of here.
Oh,
You gotta go
yeah.
up to the Smith up north of here in the field house.
No, I actually need to buy iron from Pelu first, because
Oh,
I never got my iron from him. Way back.
So you can see Kalan holding the sack, just throws it over the shoulder, looks towards you. Glad to see you alive.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm glad to be alive and see you again. How's everyone doing since they got back to town? The one.
Oh, Emmerich?
Yeah.
Not well.
That's I'm glad we could save one. I'm not so glad we couldn't save them all. Did you hear about the inn and the dragon?
I heard that there was something that happened to the tavern. Barla was quite distraught, but I haven't been over there.
It's not a pretty sight. We're about to explain everything to Pelu here. Do you want to come in and hear this, or are you busy doing other things right now? I see you have the sack, probably going to take some food and other things places. So
Filled with fresh fruit, apples. One of the traders donated it, bringing it forth for the people to eat. I also have other errands to run. Went up in the hills for just a little bit hunting this morning. Brought forth fresh hare. Planned to give it to Emmerich and the family come this afternoon.
be careful around town right now. There's a lot going on and a lot of strange stuff here, and I know you can take care of yourself, but I would hate to see anything happen to you.
Towards you with a inquisitive face, the eyebrow raised. Is there something that you did?
Let's just say it's more of something we stopped for what will probably be the betterment of the town. We're about to go explain it to Pelu right now. If you're gonna be around, I can explain it to you later, or you can ask Pelu. I don't think we'll have any problems telling you what's going on.
Perhaps we'll find each other this afternoon or evening.
I'll reach out and I'll just kind of slowly hold her hand and then start walking toward the door.
You reach out and try to hold her hand, is that what you said?
like kind of graze it, like the little.
Oh, you want to
flirtatious.
graze? You want to graze the
Yeah,
hand?
yeah.
Gotcha.
Like a little flirtatious,
The-
first kiss, first holding hand, first thing.
The 3 fingers touch to the hand before
Yeah,
you walk
there you
away.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the middle school boy being
That's right. That's right.
pretty. I'll touch it.
And
Touch the
just
hand
looking
as
for
you
her
do.
reaction.
They look towards their hand, then the back of the hand. They look back up towards you. They raise the eyebrow. They just turn. They begin to walk down the road.
Wow.
That was cute.
Pip, why do I get the feeling you're just following me everywhere I go right now?
Why are you
We're
talking
all
right in
going to
front
the
of
same
me?
spot.
That's a fair
You,
point.
you literally stopped in front of me.
Okay, fair point.
Ah, well met. Have fun in there.
Bye, Timothy. Hi, Pelu.
So Pelu is working through a number of different books and ledgers at the back shelf that's stacked 3 tiers high. Turns around. Ah, yes. Hello.
Hey, Bailu.
What happened?
They're going to tell you lots of things. Can I buy some iron from you?
Well, I was just assorting my ledgers back into the shelf, and I was on my way for a meeting, so I'm a little bit puzzled.
Oh,
the meeting
we
with
had
the Duke.
requested, yes.
Yes, I
He's
was.
indisposed.
You don't
I'm
need
just
that
gonna,
anymore.
like, shuffle the head back
It's
behind
not
you real
the
quick.
information I was just passed over from this morning.
A lot has changed since this morning.
Yeah, we don't really have a bag of holding. I'm just gonna, like, try to hide the Duke's head behind me.
Were you walking
Except
with
you're
that,
like
in
2
your
feet
hand?
tall.
Deadass walking with the
2
dude's
feet
head.
tall, just-
Wait,
Yeah,
you've been
man,
walking
I
with the
did.
head? Wait, we gotta retcon so much shit. You're just walking with the
They
head?
told me to
You've
cut
been
it
just,
off.
like,
No one
carrying-
told me to do anything
Have
with it.
you really just been carrying the head the whole time?
Oh my
No
God.
one
My
told me to do
guy.
anything with it. It's Donlin.
Okay. Someone's
Hold
gonna
up.
someone's
Cut
gonna
off,
retcon
like,
that. I
no
mean,
one
come
said-
on.
I knew you acted like a teenager, but I thought
Is
you at
someone
least had the
tucking it
intelligence
into
of-
at least a cloth to hide its head?
Oh my God.
I would like to assume they wrote a pin like you should hide that before we
Yeah, I
left.
mean, you
and
went
they-
through a whole cellar
That's
filled with
fair.
tons of burlap sacks and shit. I mean, come on.
It,
Oh my God, man.
I don't
What
think
is,
it's a-
what is your intelligence? Let's look at this. Your intelligence is 11. There's no way they'd be that dumb. Just a whole Duke's head.
I have this picture in my head of
Swinging
Donovan, like
around.
300 messenger, coming with the heads to Leonidas, like, yeah, this is what'll happen to you.
This will happen to you.
Oh my God.
That's all he ever does is cut off people's heads, so he doesn't know any better.
All right.
geez.
I'm just gonna say that your
Okay.
your character probably be smart enough to put it within at least a burlap sack that is there in the cellar before departing the manor.
That's fair.
Okay. So Pelu leans against the desk, and well, I was given information that this morning that my award for a lunch audience meeting was given, and I was going to be heading there quite shortly. So I'm a bit surprised that you're all here. What do you have to tell me?
Could I tell him? But I'm going to tell him with a performance.
Hold on a second
It's
here.
fine.
Yep,
Oh,
there you go. I shut the
Okay.
door.
I'm going to
Pelu
do a
looks
performance and like
towards you and puts up the hands.
We're not
No.
robbing you.
Looks from left
What
to
are you,
right.
Haley, what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just kind of scared right now, to be honest with you. You're all a little bit bloodied. One of you is covered with a lot of black soot, and the other one seems to have been hit by lots of fire.
Oh, these are new. They're nice. You like these scars?
Bit of
I think they'll heal nicely.
Let's just say
I
that,
was
there was
under the
some traps
interpretation
involved.
that we were to convene after I had a meeting. And then I also heard that there was some sort of attack of the tavern. And so, as you could probably tell, I'm a little bit scared.
Okay,
Right.
well, the attack on the
Okay.
tavern's easy to explain, Pip. Go ahead.
all right. So I'm going to tell you everything. Just have a seat, and then Pip is going to use his performance because he's a bard and make this a lot more dramatic
go.
than it needs to be.
Let's just give him a song of everything that happened
I
in
am
the last
ready
12
for
hours.
this.
I like it.
All right, go ahead and sing. Go ahead and sing it.
Well, he doesn't sing. He's gonna do a story.
Okay, go ahead.
with
Go
it.
ahead and
No,
go ahead and tell the
time.
story, or you
Alright,
could
so
just
he's
say
just-
it. You could just say I tell from
he's gonna be like-
movie.
So there we were, in the tavern, enjoying a nice little chat. I was sleeping. I heard this big boom. But me, knowing something was up, I decided to go check, and there was a dragon. The biggest dragon you've probably ever seen, if you've even seen a dragon. Very white, very big, very ferocious. Wiped out half our party, but it's okay. I knew what to do. The great speaker of dragons that I am. I walked in, told the dragon to be gone with you. We do not need you for today. And he looked at me and obeyed without hesitation. At that point, we thought everything was done. In comes guards, and I'm not gonna go through the entire thing just because of time, but that's basically how he's gonna hype himself up a lot. And not underhype everyone, but definitely make him look like he was the hero.
Wow. A dragon attacked the tavern. And you,
Yes, the Indians in a double pickle.
and the Duke.
Oh boy.
In league with demons.
Summoned a very mean demon. I think it was an asshole.
By all the infernals, I didn't think anything dark in this dwelling would be put upon the prime material. Does not surprise me the Duke was not an asshole at the least, or the slightest, or would be in service of someone that would be equally as a dick. Well, what are you all planning on doing now? Seems like you have really run amok and caused a whole lot of things. And what are you sharing information about, Elise?
I probably
Um,
don't. I don't.
No, but I do. Kanan would ask him for a sending stone because Elise was supposed to get one, and he would be looking to pick up the matching set. And she may not have
Okay.
been here yet, so tell him to expect her if she hasn't come by.
and knowing how Pip would tell the story, he wouldn't. He might have mentioned that something of the spy, but he wouldn't gloss over that because he's a hero. He doesn't.
Okay. Just wanted to
Yeah.
see how much
He doesn't
information you
conflagle
to
with
share about that part of the
spies.
story. He is. Well, Elise did come by and requested something of a sending stone, yes. They were in dire need of help, dear. I gave them sending stone, and they seemed to want to get away. Said something had happened. Now I can understand that this perhaps was that. Just adding
Yes,
more to
I-
why I was afraid.
I told her to acquire some way that we might stay in contact in case anything like this were to come up again in the future.
Hmm.
Given her association with the Duke and his trappings.
Yes, I suppose. One. Towards the wardrobe as the wardrobe lights. Opens it. Inside is a conch-like shell, stone that's been kind of worked down into that shape. Begins to hand it towards you.
Much obliged. I'm happy to pay you for it if you require.
Oh, no. It's alright. Seems like you all have done a good amount of work. Can't really ask. And for coin at this stage, seems that you might have liberated this very place.
That kind.
Speaking of which, Pelu, now that you know about the Duke and his fate, I don't think there's going to be much coming this way of support or I don't know, Talthar oversights. As long as you keep on producing what they're looking for in the way of iron, I think you're the right person for this town to get everybody back on their feet
No,
run the mine the correct way.
darling, I have always been the one that's ran this town. It's
Well,
not changed since the Dukes arrived. I put everyone's bellies full of good food and pockets filled with coin, and plenty of work to be had. I do not think that's going to change.
This man is the master blaster of Thunderdome.
That's
yeah.
He runs his town.
We can run this
So
town,
that's-
baby.
That's fair enough. I'm just trying to point out, I don't think anybody's going to come up here and provide oversight or do anything as long as you're producing what they're looking for. That's all.
No, I understand. You do have to see the bureaucracy of this, that eventually someone will come looking for the Duke. Either the Talthars, the aid that has been rendered from the Duke with their letter, or perhaps the others
Well,
will
that
send.
that letter was never sent. I'm actually holding it. We
Oh.
found it among his personal effects. He lied. See.
So the Duke couldn't even been upholden to their primary obligations.
Possibly.
It's even more disappointing.
So nobody knows what's going on up here or went on up here. But
That is true. We'll maintain the quotas. We'll send our caravans, and we'll try to swear those that go along with them to some sort of secrecy when they arrive, but they still deliver the iron ore to a Ringla Uku, a commander for Frostbeard. So they are a soldier, commander. They are in line with the Talthars. Tend to ask questions or go into the very peculiar details this character. So I'd imagine our arrangement will stay consistent as long as nothing happens.
There was the rather
mean-
unsettling matter of at least a significant number of the town guard being in league with the Duke, part of his machinations.
Hmm.
Maybe
Well-
careful who you trust in the near future.
I have spent time with a warlock patron of some soul dwellers. I can only imagine that they'll be pulled and called if they seek the power, or it will lie dormant if they do not. I'll be aware of anything that might be able to happen, and maybe I will create and fetch a true guard here, beyond just miners that have been given weapons and all.
I mean, we're not going to be around town much longer. I don't anticipate, since we did come here on the shipwreck with other things that we were going to do. Is there anybody we can talk to maybe help the situation, to alleviate any concerns you may have?
What do you mean, alleviate concern?
Well, if you're worried about the Talthar coming back up here or reimposing themselves, I don't think it's
Well, that is
anything
up
that
to
anybody
you.
wants.
I'm going to cut you short here. It's up to you, really. Truly is. I mean, you are the ones with the first-hand accounts of what had happened. For the Talthars, if they don't know from your first-hand accounts, they'll do what the Talthars always do. Shove their boots through your doors, question you, zone of truth you even. They have to. But that's only if they get whim and they suspect something is amiss. Obviously, the Duke sends letters, still, I'm sure, to the Lord Down for Lorn, to the holy city of Othema, and even further south. Their noble house is sustained. Their banner resides in Alatha. So eventually they'll go missing. Just depends on what you all do during that time.
Well, I could say one thing. Tomorrow we are going to go back and deal with your Dwarven problems that are in the mines.
Oh. Wow, lovely.
So we can see if maybe that we can make sure you're at least safe on that front going forward, now that we had to take out the Duke anyway.
They did want him dead, so the fact that that has been done, regardless of motivation, should hopefully satisfy whatever it was they came up here for in the first place.
Yes. I suppose so. Well, that removes quite a bit of burden, I have to say. I was very stressed about that one.
Also, can I trouble you for one more thing? I got this ring. I wonder if you can tell me anything about it. Like, you seem to be good with magic.
Where did you find this ring?
I don't know. Jax, where do we find this ring?
Okay,
Was that the one
OOC real quick.
You had to pledge yourself into the service of Balrugard to attain?
Yeah, did we tell Pelu about all that stuff when we came back? I thought we did.
I think you got the
I may have-
version at least.
Yeah, because I may have been late to
Pretty
that
sure
one.
he was
I just
about
don't remember.
Bloody eyeball.
Yeah, it was
You didn't
the,
tell. You didn't tell him about the items that you got. You just told him about the events that transpired there.
We recovered it from the xylophones.
The xylophones.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just tell him that we found it when we were looking for his party of miners up north.
Ah, I see. Well, I can try and identify a spell upon it, if you don't mind. Try to really root out its properties. Did you get informed of what it might do?
Yeah, we know. Sorry, I had to pledge myself to somebody up there, and I was told from him that it was a ring of spell. Let me get this wrong. Spell holding, is that right?
Spell story.
Storing.
Ah, ring of spell storing. You had to make a deal?
Yeah, let's
Wait.
not.
Weren't we just talking about the village having a number, and you made a deal?
Yeah,
I wasn't to
it's
a
not
demon.
It wasn't a
It-
demon, at least this time.
Yeah, it wasn't, and it was somebody who seemed to have mutual interest to our party at the time.
I see. Well,
I mean, it's not
was
like
just
I
wondering if
have.
a curse has been applied to this ring. of any kind.
I mean, I don't. It's not like I have a third eye growing in my forehead or not, right? And
I mean-
I'll turn and look.
You've been in possession of the ring here. Okay, I suppose you can hand it over here and take some time, get some reagents. I'll identify it for you. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
What? One last thing as we're doing this here, you gave us a really handy bag when we went up there that we were trying to get a hold of here, and we'd be I don't know, be willing to buy one of those from you if you have an extra one or the one that you have. We seem to need one. We tend to carry around a lot of stuff on ourselves, and not very handy.
I see. Well, I can make you a deal, perhaps. How about this ring? Or that bag of gold? Before I ran the Harak Mining Company, I was doing Erez's Enterprises. And the Ereza Enterprises still exist, and we are actually a little bit of dealers and bargainers of magical items and other sorts of knickknacks, hard to get items.
Well, if it's
Ring.
magic you're after, perhaps a rare spellbook would appease your tastes.
Whose?
The one that belonged to one Duke, Umbrian Aurelius.
Oh, spellbook. Well, I haven't really been practicing too much of casting and spells. My talent's a bit more about coin. I can see that being of some value, though. Perhaps might be some things in there of ancient secrets and things that the Umbrian Aurelio had uncovered during their time. I don't know what I would have any deal with. Well, let's say this.
I think.
How about I take that spellbook off your hands, and we'll call it even around 800 gold.
Seems quite reasonable.
As long as I don't think we have any. Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable to me as well. Lance, any problems with that?
Lost him.
Bum, bum.
I don't have any problems with that, obviously.
I mean, it's like a tenth of what we have right now. So, not even a tenth. That's like 1% of what we have.
All right. Well, 800 gold it'll be. Sure, we can't make it 1,000.
No.
Oh, deal's a deal, man.
Should have said 1,000.
will-
I really did not know how much coin you had, but seeing you all in your faces about 800, I could see perhaps just slightly you might have a little bit more than that, but it's fine. Building
Maybe just
rapport,
consider
building
it
a
friend-
relationship, right? You've done a lot.
Friends discount, right, Bailey?
Yeah, friends discount. You're right, friends discount. All right, well, 1 second here. Motion's over. Looks twice, opens the wardrobe, pulls out a bag of holding. All right, who would like it? Any takers?
I mean, I'll always grab it, but
Okay, Pip. How about you give Donlin the sword? We'll let you carry the bag of holding.
do you really want to give Donlin the sword, though?
I mean, who else
Yes.
is going to swing the giant sword?
I mean, you're not wrong, but you do tend to attack first.
Yeah, but
Which
now when
is-
I attack, I'll hit them.
Well, while you are debating this, how about a bottle of wine, huh?
Yes, wine. Lots of wine.
Partake in that.
Yes, got some nice cheese here as well. And a little charcuterie begins to cut up different pieces on a
Actually,
platter, begins to walk between you all, offering different things and setting it down into the desk. Then cutting up different pieces of bread, doing something similar, and then pouring the bottle of wine out. This is all taking a little bit of time for you all to kind of go through your deliberations. What to do next?
I'm going to ask this because I don't know. Lance, with the bag
Yes.
of holding, do you good to carry all your supplies and stuff in plus party stuff or not? Not really.
I mean, it'd be good because it doesn't seem like there's a defined weight or space for the consumables or the stuff that I need to craft with, but that's up to the DM.
There's no weight to consumables for craftables.
Okay. So no, I don't need one for those items.
So,
I mean, it's up to the party. I know I don't want it. I do not want a bag of holding on me to carry. So
I mean,
It's up
it
to-
kind of makes sense for Pip to have it if he's going to be the talker of the group, so that way when we make the deals, all the money comes from him.
Fine by me.
seems fair to me.
all right, and I'll give you the sword on just one more condition. We try to talk first before we slash it.
I knocked on the door.
You did.
did.
That was
did.
great. Keep that up. That was perfect. And he's just going to hand Donlin the sword.
Okay.
I'm going to miss you.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
miss you.
miss you so. You better get sold to me.
I named it Tammy.
You guys think I could turn this thing into a glaive?
I suppose
You already
could
have
tie
it.
to
Oh
a
my
stick.
God.
Look on Pip's face.
By the way, Palu, question for you.
Yes.
Of course, we mentioned the dragon attacked the inn. The inn is needing some repairs. If we put in that order for supplies, about how long would it take to get those in?
Well, we have quite a bit of stone in excess from our mining operation here. By
Yeah,
my
like the
accounts,
thatch for the roof and the wood.
yes. Well, see, that's the thing. Barlow. This might be something to talk to Barlow about. Barlow actually built that tavern themselves, so they had spent a number of years in making that tavern. Of course, it was a relic of a structure prior to this, and then they kind of worked off of that framework. We helped Barlow in the ending of sort ofness of the construction and fetching some stonework and things, but Barlow is quite the mason and has decent enough to be able to do their own work. However, if the tavern is in such a disarray as I have overheard, I think any help that they can get would be wise. And I have a few under my employ that I can send that way, and also as much stone as they can take.
I see. Yes. Well, I thought I might chip in with some of the repairs, of course.
Well,
Might
you
very
are more than welcome if you wish to lead the masonry team. That'd be fine. Barlow would, I'm sure, would
Yes.
appreciate that. And I don't
that,
think
and of
we
course,
need...
put in the supply request in advance. And do Barlow a favor.
Yes. Well, why don't you connect with... that's always a finicky thing with Barlow. What was it you wished to request specifically?
Oh, just see, probably take timber, the thatching for the roof, the stone for the walls, some insulation paste, some tar, or I don't know. I'll have to speak with what he uses.
Try to make the tavern more than it was before.
With every destruction comes rebuild, and rebuild it better. Why not? It's perfect time.
All right. Well, it's a tall order. I suppose we can get the shipment sent out, and gold will be paid upon that point. You can always put in the order. If you want to draft a letter and a manifest of some kind, I can send it out with the.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll do that and return the letter to you this evening.
Sounds wonderful.
Kid's gonna turn to everyone. Do we want to help pay for this as well?
I mean, it was your dragon. It listened to you, didn't it?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
So I will send that manifest you a letter. The caravan is heading out tomorrow, so that will go along with them. And hopefully it is a true expedition. Gets to the right ears, and from there, the wheels will turn.
Excellent.
Not the caravan we were planning on leaving.
Is that tomorrow?
It is. You all planned on it. I don't know if that's going to be a thing, but
Well, we
It
just
is
need
tomorrow.
to go see the dwarves.
We may have to see them today then.
I
If
mean,
you're
it's
wanting-
our-
I think it's the least I could do. I can try to put the caravan off a couple of days, if that's what you wish.
Yeah, maybe just a day or so.
Yeah. Can you get us 24 hours? 2 days? 1 day? 1 day?
Oh, for you,
24?
darling, I can give you a whole week.
I don't want to be here more than an extra day. I'll stay the night here though.
You will.
Tavern's kind of destroyed.
We
Well,
did get a bit smashed.
I have a perfect place that you can stay, my dear darling.
Dibs at the Duke's house.
Begins to lean over towards you. It happens to be in my bed.
Probably the best bed in the whole town.
It's quite comfortable. Exquisite silken sheets.
But
Oh,
Palu,
yes.
can you promise us he's going to get the rest he needs?
Well, I'm sure that they'll get as much rest as they can muster.
Make sure you're hydrated, Donlin.
Is there anything else I can do for all of you?
We had originally talked way back when about getting some iron from you.
Yes.
Do you happen to have any good iron that I can buy off of you to make some plate armor today?
Well, one moment here. Timothy! Timothy! Oh, yeah. Timothy. Go ahead and head north. Speak to Gruden. And tell him that I have one very important individual heading that way, and they are in need of some iron post haste. Oh, yes. Shuts the door. Head up to the smith up north. Name is Krugen, and they will be able to fetch as much iron as you wish. They generally have it processed. There's a smelter there. They're able to bring it down into ingots, so it's more manageable and usable. All I'd have to offer you here would be ore. That is not quite helpful to a smith.
I do appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to coming back.
Well, I will appreciate all of that hard work that you are able to do, and as much sweat as you can pour over your body and the rippling of your muscles.
Donald's just gonna give a slight flex where he just kind of brings his arms in, muscle man style.
Begins to look over in the direction of Canaan. Now you also have a bed that is king size. More than welcome to join the bed as well, if you wish.
Well, that is quite all right, although I appreciate your hospitality.
It's not for everyone.
Come on, we can have a sleepover.
Any other takers, perhaps? Anyone else?
Not today.
That's fine.
Not for me either, unfortunately.
Well, I will offer invitation if you wish. The field house is warm. My hearth is always giving its fire and its warmth, so it never ends. And there's plenty of room here on the ground floor. I cannot say that it won't be quiet for you tonight, but you're more than welcome to lay your bedrolls out and find your rest in the comfort of warmth. Or you may knock on the doors of those who took on your passengers from your boats. I'm sure that there are a number of villagers that will take you in for the night. And I just don't know if the tavern is completely destroyed. I know the rooms of Barlow's was underneath. Perhaps those are still intact.
I believe
Something
it
tells me the
was,
Duke has a. Something tells me the Duke has some beds I can sleep in, so I'll go sleep there.
Oh, well, I suppose you could do that as well.
Turn to the scene of the crime.
You're going to go sleep with the Dukes.
Yeah, Duke was rich. Those beds are comfy.
Or
I just
fairly
figured we
certain
all stay
the
here to-
murderers are gone.
I mean, I would agree. I just figured we all sleep here to get the mission done quicker tomorrow, being as we're right next to the mine entrance.
Fine.
Oh, if you want to go
Alright.
sleep with the Dukes, go sleep with the Dukes. That's fine.
Well, can I intercede? One moment.
Of course.
From the story that you have told me in such vivid detail and excellent storytelling. In fact, it would be a great honor to have you accounting the tales of this bountiful event that's going to happen this night. What I would implore you is to seek some wisdom. I think your friend does speak a little bit of truth. Returning to the scene of such an event might not be the wisest tale. And if there are village folk that still have some dealings with this demon, that might be called in the night to come attack you. If you're in some place that is made vulnerable, then that could be a problem. But it seems you all are quite competent, so I can't say either way is correct or not. Just can't.
I mean, to that point, Pelu, what if his dragon friend comes back too and he's all alone?
You can
Dragons
tell
are
it's leaving,
very
yeah.
powerful creatures. In Arthuria, dragons have called to them for, well, before humanoids even settled here, honestly. Some accounts from the Fey folk that resided within the jungles and the forests far south of here, the vivid tales of dragons, depictions of ridings and things, tell that they can grow to unimaginable sizes, power dominating territories. Dragons are relentless creatures. They will not let up. You are attacked by one. Suppose that the dragon will either return or it will attempt to return in some way. Dragons have thralls, creatures that serve them, not enslaved, but in awe of the power that dragons possess.
All right, I got it. I'll stay here.
Fantastic. I'm so glad I could win you over, and you're more than welcome to upstairs as well. Like I said, king-size bed. It is quite comfortable. More wine? No? Well,
Pelu, you heartbreaker, you.
oh, well, I do try. How about another bottle for everyone? This one is a little more grandeur, a little bit leathery, mahogany on the tongue, but a good smooth finish. Any takers?
I
I'll take one.
mean, I can't say no.
Fantastic. Uncorks it. Let's get this party started then, shall we?
Excellent.
Pour out the wine. Because where are you going to go?
We drank it.
I was gonna say
Drink
we're all
it.
sleeping here tonight.
You're all sleeping here tonight.
Weren't you
Bayless
all
is
crafting
working
first?
first.
I mean, yeah, I'm not getting drunk. I'm just gonna have some good wine, and I'm gonna go.
Having some good wine, getting warm in the north of the Arthurian continent, and then you're going to go hit some hammers. Sounds like a party to me.
What did you need? You wanted a shield? Hey, I have a shield that you can have because I'm not using a shield ever. Well, maybe I will. We'll find
You're
it.
never going to use the shield
But,
ever again.
I mean, now I got the Bane, man. I don't need a shield.
It's true. Bane is a very powerful weapon.
I
You
know.
do
I'm gonna
need
give
an
you one of
armor.
the dwarven shields.
Shields as well.
All right, so hold on. You guys are. It's 12:01 in the afternoon. Aren't you supposed to go make some armor and stuff before we bed down here for the night? And you're sitting here drinking.
Oh, yeah, craft better drunk.
Hey, that's the spirit.
I learned from giants. Giants always drink.
Have you ever known a bard not to drink? I know on my universe that's pretty standard.
Well,
But you're
it's a
not
different
crafting
universe.
armor. This
You're
guy's
not
about to go make
operating any
himself
heavy
armor.
equipment. I mean, it's his own fault if it doesn't fit when he's finished. If you think about it,
Okay. To each their own.
Each their own.
Just, one leg might be slightly longer than the other.
So, as we get the party started, the wine being poured from Pelu. Pelu is still going to identify the ring. That is something that is going to happen. Did not forget about that. So, as they're going through now ritual casting, getting reagents, as you're all drinking on the wine and the relishing on the charcuterie put off. In addition, a table has kind of been moved and placed and given proper sitting. And here, Pelu looks towards you, and as they stare at the ring, they kind of hand it back to you. It appears that it is storing a cone of cold. Extremely powerful spell.
Cone of coal?
A cone of cold is an invocation. It's a 60-foot cone. It is a very high-level spell. It's a 5th level spell, which I think is the max that the ring can actually store. That blasts energy from cold waft. Constitution saving throw, and that's 8d8 cold damage. So it's extremely powerful.
Gonna hang on to that.
There's one last question I have to ask out of character. When we were looting the Duke's body, who was the one to do most of the looting of the body?
Wasn't that
I mean, Pip
Pip.
started it, yeah.
Pip. Okay.
Pip.
So Pip,
I was still knocked out.
one of the items that you would have taken a value from in terms of currency or coin value was the Duke's amulet that was across their neck. We were a little bit pinched in terms of time and kind of moving people through on parts and things. But now that you have some downtime and you're relishing and drinking the wine here, and you have the amulet within your possession in terms of currency, you can sell it off, maybe fetch a few gold pieces and things. It's what's inlaid in that amulet and what was described when I gave the description of the Duke, and as I described them the second time when you entered into the dungeon, the southern chamber. It seems to be inlaid with a very odd white gemstone. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break or so. We'll let one of the players figure out in terms of what that exactly means. We'll come back at about 7:22 p.m. PET. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll be back. So bye.
Chat.
Bye.
All right, welcome. Thanks so much if you're rejoining us here after the break. We're going to get started with the second half of our session. We're currently in Pelu Rez's field house, the Rock Mining Company. And we are kind of at a point in this adventure where we're just now relaxing. We spent a lot of this just go, 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 right? Now you actually have a moment where you have downtime. In fact, Pelu, which was the caravan being sent out tomorrow, you all want to accompany that caravan, has actually said, hey, take as much time as you want. I'm just going to put this thing off for all the work that you've done and actually going to do, since you want to actually go back into the mine and settle some things with the Grey Dwarfs. So, Pit, we now come to you. And that's because you have yet to really investigate the amulet that you looted off of the Duke Umbrilla's body. And you now handed the ring, you now hold up the amulet and thinking, hey, well, maybe I should investigate this or have Pelu maybe identify this to see if it's magical. And the moment you kind of hold it up and you look and you just kind of stare, you can see that the actual gemstone that's inlaid in to this amulet of silver with slight goldish kind of accents to it is roughly egg-shaped, inch in length, crude, and opaque. And has a striking resemblance to yours.
So with this, he's still gonna hold it up. He's gonna switch it to where get it closer to his ring without really making it obvious, just to see if it will do anything when it's close proximity of it. Just kind of
As you
holds
do
it
that,
there.
they begin to become attracted to each other, pulling like some sort of magnetism. And as that happens, they change from a solid state to a liquid. And they begin to bind in midair. As they begin to twist and turn and form over themselves, begin to morph into something else. A crescent shape, roughly 1.5 inches in length, begins to hover within the air. Frost billows from it as it's united amongst itself and has a more smooth finish. It's no longer kind of rough cut and crude, but it's still slightly opaque, not translucent, and the frost then dissipates. You cusp your hands underneath, and then that crescent begins to fall, and it just holds to your hand. Now here, it is slightly warm with the fire, but there's still a chill to this place. There always is. Now it would seem that some of that chill is a little bit gone. Everyone enjoying their wine, drinking, passing different things around. Not really anything wise to what has just happened, unless they were making a particular point of looking at you at the time.
So would you say it's definitely too big to fit back into my ring now? I'm assuming, like the size of my hand, or like how big is it
As you
now?
think that, the crescent shape begins to shrink in size.
Good job, you undid it.
You broke it.
As it begins to shrink in size, that crescent shape continues, but still holds that shape and seems to have enough room to place in the actual hold, the set of your ring.
So yeah, knowing how he is and just how much he's probably drinking a little bit, enjoying himself, he actually will hold it up to Pelu and be like, do you know what this is? He won't take it off, but he'll
Drinking
just
wine, looking around, holding cheese in the other hand, eating on it. What is what? That?
Yeah.
Well, looks like to be a ring. Nice gemstone in there.
Dude, as always.
Is there any way you can do the thing that you did with the other ring without me taking it off?
Identify it. Yes, I can identify it. Once you come over here, let me get the reagents back out, and please set your hand here. Begins to lay out a small canvas cloth for you to set your hand and ring upon.
God, please don't let Pelu back. It's valuable. Chop off my ring finger.
Goodness, look at those beautiful hands of yours. Manicured. Do you have someone you go to on a regular basis for these?
No, I just kind of learned to do it myself over time. Bard has to have nice, clean
Yeah.
hands.
Well, if that's the case, I would love to render your services. I have quite the date this evening.
No, sure, why not? Whatever helps your chances.
Well, perhaps for payment for identification, these prized magical items. Yeah, let me go ahead and spend some time. Begins to work off certain things and getting through with an identify spell after 10 minutes. They then kind of go wide-eyed and stare at it, pulling on the goatee, a bit inquisitive, drinking a slosh of the wine, then setting it down, and then staring at the ring a little bit further, getting kind of a closer look. Towards you. It would seem that your ring is immune to divination magic. Identify spell did not work against it. Whoever made this, great work into it to hide it, though it would not be found. I can try to dispel the magic, but that could also remove what it is that's underneath the shroud.
No, that's fine. I guess. Thanks for trying, though.
No, where did you get that?
Honestly, it just kind of appeared in a way.
Just out of thin air? From a cloud?
I mean,
Won it from
kind
a
of.
dear maiden for a performance rendered?
And no one's giving me this good yet. But no, just kind of. I woke up and I had it.
Let me tell you, it is not any day nor any year that someone just wakes up with a magical item with a shroud against divination as powerful as that. So there is a reason why you have this.
Did I not tell you I'm from a different universe? Perhaps different dimension? I don't actually know the specifics of it too well. Kind of got confusing toward the end.
I'm going to step in here.
This is a lot to unpack.
Pip.
Pulls out a fan from the
Hold
drawer.
on. Pip,
Bam, Zaza.
Lou, you have to forgive Pip here. He was during the whole dragon thing in the tavern. He was hit quite hard in the head, and I think I don't know. I don't think he's quite right yet. I think he probably needs a little bit of a long rest here to get himself right. He's been seeing things, saying things, just I don't know, crazy.
Well, be that as it may, there's any sort of truth in what they were saying, and I believe there is, from what they were telling me. Perhaps we might enjoy some time together, you and I, discussing some things of the arcane world. Count it towards some chatter when you do my nails.
I mean, he just looks at Jack. Dude, if he was evil or a snitch by now, we'd be dead.
It has nothing to do with him being evil. It has to do with protecting him. The less he knows, the better.
True, that is fair. Do you actually want to know something that can potentially cause great harm? Potentially. I don't actually know.
I'm also right here. You're having this conversation directly in front of me.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Do you want to know this?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, of course I would like to know.
Even though it could lead to what we've gathered, dragons, demons, or your entire reality being destroyed.
There was once a kraken as well.
Oh yeah, there was a kraken. Did we tell you about the kraken?
Poor Payless.
I've had a glass and a
I tried.
half. With you all, I need to drink the very damn bottle. We are here to build rapport, and I would like to think that you all are onto some great things, and as a fine purveyor of good business, some of the things you have done are very good for my business. So, I have to take you on your word and trust you. If you are telling me that what you will say will change this very reality, cascade down and collapse what we all know,
Potentially.
well then hold your tongue unless it's necessary for my wizarding
Okay.
talents and my knowledge to render aid. Beyond that, there's no reason to say anything. Only reason.
Right. Very well. See, Jax? Just gotta let him make the decision up on his own.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Look, I can see that you are worried. Begins to look underneath your shadowy hood. Maybe I can't see that you're worried. But do trust. Do trust. I have spent many a year in Shevdrenar learning very powerful magic. And simply because I do not wield that magic on a regular basis does not mean that I have ignored the principles of my teaching and the studies of the arcane arts and the realms of different magic. There are things that we do not know. Very well, things that we know that are wrong. Again, I am here to build a relationship with those that would provide good business. And if your friend speaks that what they will tell, you are worried that what they will say will ruin, there is no reason to say anything. Instead, we drink more wine and we forget about what has just happened. We move on. Because, like the fall of Chandrona, and the fall of the wizarding school Zumfir, and the scorching of Uther, the decimation of that land by the great elder red worm, Erithun. Sometimes you can't dwindle on the past, or what might will be. All you can do is eat a right fine Gruyere. Scrumptious.
Well, in that case, instead of talking about the other thing, maybe you can talk to me about some tips. I know a little arcane, but not that great.
Let's start with the nails, and perhaps you can ask me the questions that you seek, and I may be able to offer rendering my talents. But I do have to say, I am not an instructor, professor by any means. I was only a student, and I climbed a certain amount of rank.
But maybe you can help me learn some. I've picked up some things since I've been here, so to speak. Maybe you can help me know how to at least teach me how to use them better? Maybe.
Perhaps I can teach you some of the ways beyond playing that instrument, that bobacious voice of yours.
Thanks. I
You're
tried.
welcome. You are welcome. Here, begins to pull out small nail kitten things. Please have at them. Absolutely filthy.
Yeah, while you guys do that, I'm going to the smith. Bye.
Yep, Pip just starts doing his nails.
Okay, so you start doing the thing. Donlin, you're heading over to the smith.
Yeah.
You want to role play any of that, or you just want to fast track it?
No, we can just fast track it. I just need to
Okay.
make some plays.
Okay. So the smith is going to be able to accompany your needs of fetching iron ingots. They actually have quite a bit. They're working on machinery. They work on larger pieces of equipment here, and they have a smelter and forge. And so a lot of the tools here, even though they might be older and crude, you have your own tools to work with. And they have plenty of the supply, so it's kind of a win-win. You're just really there in the midst of their crew. Grugan is a hefty dwarf, darker complexion skin, suit cover hands, hard at work. And right now, there's actually about 24 individuals in this actual smith that are helping out because they're actually loading a piece of material onto a wagon, kind of this trio of wagons, and they're going to kind of get that in the direction of the mine. So they're in the process of things, and so you're able to work on that. Now, every craft is going to take 2 hours for time, so you're going to be kind of working on the plate. During that time, in addition to that, the plate is not a rarity at all. It's a common item, and your DC with your Smith's tools to reach that passively. So there's not even a roll that's needed for that. It's just taking the time to make that plate. So I'm going to go ahead and drag it into your inventory. At this point, you have it there, and yeah. Anybody else doing some crafting or anything?
Yeah, I have a couple items I've collected now that I'd like to work with.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the same. I actually asked Lance if he could help me with it, but I'll let him go first.
No, go for it. What do you got?
I was just wanting to create some sort of I don't know, like handheld explosive type device.
Yep,
that
that's
use,
exactly why I purchased.
Throw it at people.
That's exactly why I purchased those explosives, because I wanted to reverse engineer that and make that for you.
Well, then I will just step back and let you do your thing.
We're making rogue grenades.
Yeah, pretty much anything he can use with his fast hands.
What are you talking? I've never with my thief fast hand, or not fast hands, but
Brave Games must be ending here.
oh yeah, just fast hands.
Yeah, the Brave game is definitely over now.
Oh, am I breaking up?
Yeah,
a little bit.
It's not horrible. It's not horrible. So I think we're still good.
Yeah, well, it sounded like the fellows over at the lapidary didn't really want to part with their, resources for their explosives. We'd have to either order some through Palu directly as part of that convoy, maybe. But I have a couple other items in the meantime I was thinking of using for you.
I mean, I have 3 explosive barrels already.
Well, yeah, okay. So, DM, if we could just maybe split those up. I know originally you cited some really
That's what I
big
was
number,
wondering.
like 10d6 or something, but if we could parse those out.
Yeah, I was just wondering about splitting those up, into smaller handheld.
Sure, we can make an item. That's fine. We go ahead and see what I can do.
It doesn't have to be right now. We can deal with that into session, after session.
Okay, that's fine. You want to get the roll off now?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Sure.
So I already reversed. I spent 1 dose of explosive to reverse engineer the recipe, but
yeah.
So looking at your cell sheet, what role would that be? What tool? What?
Yeah. So right now, we got to think about how much. So are you doing every explosive, or is it just the?
He said he has 3 kegs. Let's start with just 1.
Just the one roll.
If you said the original was like 10d6 or 10d8, we parse that out into 3 doses of 3d6 or 3d8.
Okay, I think we can meet that way with an item. That's fine. So that's going to be an uncommon check, most likely, with your alchemist tools. And there'll be 3. Well, there'll be 1 check for parsing it up into 3 of those items.
Okay.
So you just do 1 flat check and then basically taking that and then turning it.
Yep. So I assume alchemist check with wisdom.
Yeah, and your let me see what your passive is, because your passive actually might be enough.
4 wisdom, 3 proficiency. My passive would be +7 or 17.
Well, it's for this and the crafting, it's a 5.
Oh,
5
okay,
plus,
so it'd be 12. It'd be 12.
5 plus proficiency, yeah, so it'd be 12. I don't know why this thing is so large. Get it out of here. I opened my crafting thing and it was like wanting to take up all of my screen. I couldn't see anything. And I'm like, what is happening? That's crazy. You can make it that without rolling. So your passive meets the 12 DC for uncommon items. So you're simply able to make it on command. It's just time at that point.
Okay. Yeah, well, in that case, we'll go ahead and start with 1 dose of explosives. Let's see how he does with that. In the meantime, I also had, I believe, some commons, Giant's Blood, and some fine demonic eyes, and some common demonic eyes.
Some dark vision stuff. I think of those fine eyes, right?
Yeah. So Giant's Blood and the eyes, generally the eyes, what you're going to see in the in the sheet. I don't know what has happened to this sheet.
Yeah. I have another copy of the sheet up here.
No, I opened mine. It's just like it's like bugged out like crazy right now. It's like
I think let's start with the explosives, and then with the common giant's blood, let's make 2 of the weapon coatings for cold damage, which are
Okay.
uncommon as well.
yeah, the oil of cold.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
oil of cold.
So you can actually use the recipe manager for that.
Yep.
That is the recipe that's built in there. You're able to make that. And again, it's 2 hours per craft. And then your DC meets that for passive, so you don't have to roll. And you're going to make 2 oils and then 1 of the explosives into the 3. That's a total,
so
of 6 hours. And then you'll also have 3 checks towards the next rank. And so a journal, you can create a journal entry on Foundry, or you can use the journal of your character sheet just to manually keep track that you've done 3 crafts or plus whatever crafts you've done in the past, and kind of keep a note of how many you've done, because eventually you're going to get to
The next level up.
the next level up. Yeah. And that'll allow you to increase your passive and then increase your active and then get recovery and stuff like that. So. All right. I should be able to make this item super fast. It shouldn't take very long. But in the meantime, does anybody else have anything they would like to do? Or
Yeah, while that's going on, Kenny is just going to spend some time examining some of the stuff that he got from Duke's secret dungeon. First off, not that secret dungeon, the demon one.
Yeah.
The rod and the stuff that summons things, does he get the impression that it has an innate ability to control the summon thing, or do you require a connection to Tamaruk to be able to do that?
That would be something you'd have to identify the item, or you would have to sit with the item and go through that natural process of identification. So if you're going to take
what he's going to do with the
short rest
staff,
it,
I think.
yeah, short rest it. Okay, so you're going to short rest it here, taking the hour, looking through. Now, this staff is kind of a copy over from the rod. I think I actually messed up with the language of the item, but it's a staff of Tamaruk is generally what it's referred to, and all it really means, like the rod is, it's just a summoning type item that's able to call forth a soldier from Tamaruk's domain. Now, what that means is you will have a concentration effect upon the creature, and if you lose concentration of that creature will turn hostile. So it is not your ally. You're actually bringing it forth and you're controlling it to serve as an ally, and then eventually it'll be free reign to do what it wants if it fails, breaks free, sort of thing, so to speak. So now there's also another thing to this. The rods are the same way. They have a one use only, and then they have to be recharged. They recharge by storing tormented souls in them. So you can tell that by the ash and the debris of burned bodies, that they were actually sucking the souls of individuals and storing them within these items. So once you use it, you won't be able to use it again unless you're kind of claiming souls and storing them in. It's very evilish, but you might be up for it.
Lure said it's okay.
Right. I mean, shepherd of souls. Do they seem to have any inherent, like, can anybody touch these safely, or is it like some people might get the bad juju if they handle them?
It doesn't seem like a cursed item. Not in the sense that if you hold it, all of a sudden you're going to get, you're going to be controlled by any means. But there is a connection that's forming when you do this. And it's a small connection to the dial and to the things, but a connection nonetheless that has multifaceted of consequences. Not just that Tamaruk is, connection with the dial. That's not dispelled. So That's one of the things they were ritualizing through there to bring that demon from, that soldier from. So it's a tough call. Tough call. So, um, yeah, I think that's probably as much as you can get after an hour
That makes
worth of
sense.
spending time with it.
Yeah. Yeah, the main thing was I just didn't. I wanted to, because he would probably have a sense of like you pick it up and suddenly you're in communication with some evil being or something.
Yeah, gotcha.
And then after that, he's just going to spend some time reading the book. Might take several sessions.
Nothing bad ever came from opening a book.
Made out
Um,
of human flesh? Yeah, no, never.
So this is tome. This is the tome of Devil's Sight. It's a rare item. It's a trinket. It essentially is a book with rituals wrote in Abyssal, and it passes along knowledge from Tamruk, right, the patron, and passes over knowledge to be able to grant the wearer 30 feet of true sight. In order to have this knowledge, you first have to complete the tome, and then you have to attune to the tome, and then it will give you that sight.
Yeah.
They're now kind of
So-
opening it and pulling through and going through those leathery human fleshed pages and kind of reading these things. And as you're doing that, there is a hissing and aura like effect as you're moving through your hand on the pages and scanning through as if it's imprinting upon you.
Very final thing. So is that something he can do in like the scope of our crafting session, or is it going to take like several?
This would
goes
take
reading?
this would take an equivalency of a long rest just to basically
I'll
go
finish
through
that.
it. So,
I'll
yeah.
finish that tonight. Then I'll put it away for that.
Okay.
All right. So the main reason he wanted to evaluate all that stuff, he will take the rod and go over to Pip. You seem to show some interest in this item that I took from the dungeon. I wanted to make sure it was safe to handle for those not blessed with the divine protection of Hello. You should
That is true.
understand it contains the tortured soul of a murder victim and is used to summon a demon under your control. It's only good for one use, and once it's been used, it would require capturing another tormented soul.
Just one tormented soul?
Per use.
So potentially, if we found an evil dude, we can recharge it.
Possibly. Depends on the level of torment, I suppose, if they don't take kindly to being pressed into service of demonic object. Understand that using a device like this establishes a connection with the demon who created it. Would put you on the radar of Tamil.
Well,
Say what effect that may have. Thought you should be aware.
yeah, it was cool up until you said that last part. I already got a dragon potentially connected to me, and my reality is gone, so I don't need any more bad juju.
Fair assessment. I believe that's wise.
Despite what y'all all think, I am pretty wise. Just, shit happens.
It does.
My question to you is, are you going to use it? That does seem pretty cool, though. Summoning a demon.
Well, there is merit to using your foe's tools against you, but I do not know that cost is worth it. Suppose I'll hold on to them for now. Either it becomes imperative in a time of dire need, or we find a way to mainly dispose of it.
He's got to make sure when we do that, to talk to the demon, maybe we can find out more about his little master.
Perhaps.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
you, man.
Palu, there was
Yes.
a bit of a summoning altar underneath the mansion. We stopped the ritual, but in theory, if someone knew what they were doing, they could probably go finish it. They want to have that dismantled,
Well-
disenchanted or something.
That is a possibility. We could attempt to dispel the magic. I'd have to know how it was made in the first place. Some sort of book and things. I know that you gave me over Rilla's spellbook, and perhaps I can aid in that endeavor. But was there anything else that would give any sort of process in how this was enchanted?
I was just about to finish reading it. I was scanning it in the mana, but we got sidetracked with violence. But yes, I found a guide, an instruction manual. It was mostly notes, but describing the rituals and how they created it. I wanted to finish reading it just to see if there was anything else of use. But as soon as I'm finished, I'd be happy to give it over.
Fantastic. That would be wonderful. That's the only thing I could think of, is dispelling the magic upon knowing how it was enchanted in the first place. The other thing we can do is, depending where it's at, we can bury it.
It is already underground. If you simply demolish the mansion, it would be fairly well buried.
So the Kovas is kind enough to lend us some more explosives, increase the quota just a little bit to get a couple kegs in there. We might be able to blow it to smithereens.
Just be careful. There's a lot of traps down there. We might have got them, but you never know.
Traps. Perhaps generally mean treasure. No wonder where you
Sometimes.
all got that coin from. Smokes on your faces. I should have charged more. Oh well. No matter.
What better price than friendship?
Yes, well, price of friendship. I like that. What better
As
than
he's
the
doing his
price of
notes.
friendship? Sloshing the wine from left to right.
Hmm.
As Palu's getting a little bit drunk, and you're doing the nails of Palu and enjoying themselves. You all tending to your alchemist endeavors. Lance, I put on I created the item, so it should be ready.
Cool.
It's on the Volvas Lapidary recipe book there. Got your plate armor here, Donlin, crafted and made. I'm going to go ahead and advance through the window, pull us into the afternoon as you all are lounging around, relaxing. It's been a number of hours now. The crafting for everyone has been achieved. Kanan, you're still probably working on that tome, reading through. And at this point, your eyes are actually slight bluish in glowing. They're actually aglow. And the words of the tome are aglow as well. There's a cloud effect as you're kind of reading it, and you're very much entranced into this book and reading. Now, the teachings of this are a general teaching. It's not that this is written from Tamuruk and inciting violence or war of what they're commonly known for. It's really to pass over the secrets, the knowledge, for your eyes to attune to seeing as a demon or a devil does, seeing the truest form, the soul, being able to trace that through in the prime material plane. And so you're kind of attuning to that and learning how to do that. Now, Pip, you're going to be finishing the nails quite easily and being able to banter and chat and learning that Palu actually has spellcasting capabilities up to 6th level in terms of their wizarding level. So they're actually quite skilled as a wizard, which is now lining up with how they have some sort of wardrobe that has infinite amount of space in it, and then they have these magical items and a lot of coin. That they have done a good deal in their life. And you actually find out, too, that Palu is older. Palu is not a young gnome by any means. They have lived a lot of their life, and they're actually over that hump, nearing towards what gnomes do. So, now, plenty of food, cheeses, charcuterie things, and you all are kind of resting. Jax, you're finding your space in. And it's at this point we're kind of coming into the evening that the door actually is going to open here, and a familiar presence is going to come in, shut the door. If you're done with the nails right at this point, Palu is sloshing the wine, really entertaining, making way around, right? Just having a very polite conversation with everybody, making sure they're a good host with all of the guests that are here. And Kalan is coming over and they begin to have a conversation. And the conversation actually is about the caravan that will be happening tomorrow. And he comes in to play with all of your perceptions. You're overhearing and eavesdropping in the conversation. The Kalan is actually the lead driver of the caravan. They'll actually be running this caravan happening. And so conversation to be had is simple. Palu is telling them that the caravan will be put off for at least 24 hours, and then maybe even more so, depending on as you all are going to accompany this caravan and join forth. And Kalan is a little bit aware of that. Probably Palu has spoken of it already. Palu's now getting a little bit forgetful in the context of the conversation. And then Kalan turns around and looks at the wines poured into the pitchers now to serve around and pours themselves a goblet for their own endeavors. And they begin to pull a small piece of bread. They begin to come over here and lean upon the bookshelf. Pulling the pipe outwards, they begin to pack it, leaning the wine goblet over the side, taking a piece of cheese, eating it, and stashing it into the pocket trousers. They begin to light the pipe.
I'll start doing the same with mine, and I'll look over and I'm sorry about earlier. I feel I may have misread the situation between us.
What are you talking about?
When I brushed against your hand, I think you probably know it was on purpose. I'm sorry. I'm just very awkward with all this stuff. I apologize if it was unwanted.
That was your form of courting me? Brushing your hand against my hand?
This is something new for me. So, yes.
Courting somebody? Being with somebody? You've never been with somebody?
Sure haven't.
Both physically and romantically? You've never formed a bond of love, friendship before?
I've cared about people, but always kept them at a distance.
How has that worked out for you?
I think you can see right now, not well.
What do you mean? Failed to keep your companions at a distance?
It's I don't know, it's just not the same. The care and concern for companions and as it is for somebody that you may have true feelings for.
Turns and looks towards you, stares into your eyes. Do you have true feelings for me?
I believe I do.
How peculiar.
But
are you going to ask me something, or are you going to not ask me something? I know you're new at this, but the appropriate question is, well, do you have feelings for me? Or maybe you want to take me out of here and we can go somewhere.
I would absolutely love to take you out of here and go somewhere if you would like to.
As they take the wine goblet, beginning to chug it down, fills the cheese in the pocket, pipe in the mouth, they begin to put out the pipe, stashing it away. Begins to motion over towards Palu. Keep me posted. Begins to walk out with you, holding your hand.
Aww, it's like high school sweetheart.
As she walks out the door, I'll turn to Pip and give him the finger as I'm walking out the door.
Okay. Okay. Pip is just gonna turn back his wine. He wants to play like that. All right.
I can't unlock a door, damn it. It seems like we're doing each other's jobs right now, by the way. Just to put that out there.
It doesn't help that the first girl Pip tried to go with was like an impossible task.
So, Jax, you're heading up north into the direction of the Crown, the stables. The actual
Hell,
blacksmith,
he's headed down south.
with the blacksmith currently helping out the majority of getting the crane moved over. They're currently assembling that outside of the mine. The smith itself is empty. Dawnlet is made back. The plate is made. Fire roaring of the smelter. Eventually, the corral and the stables adjacent to that. There's not any folks currently in there at the moment. And without further fade to black. Describe any more vivid details. Let your imagination run wild with that.
Does he need to roll a performance check?
The only thing I need from you is a Constitution saving throw.
Did she poison you?
A con saving throw? Oh, good lord.
Hey, you rolled above a 10. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, no
19.
shit.
In the heat and the thralls of passion, see that your eyes caught slightly adrift, and that they might have given you something. Not a poison in the traditional sense. More of something to help and liven the mood, bordering on a hallucinogenic. Perhaps is fetched and forged inside of the mountainside, in the frost room.
He gave you shrooms.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Dude, your dealer has everything.
Yeah.
Dude, no, this is the best hookup ever.
You haven't had to pay for any of it. You've just had to sleep with your drug dealer.
I just had to be super, super awkward.
I had to be super, super awkward. That's all I had to do. It was so easy, guys.
So
Just be awkward, gain drugs.
This is such a trope right now. My drug dealer. Slept with my drug dealer to get more drugs. That's messed up. Man, we're hitting the tropes.
who would have thought the serious rogue would be the one that's doing drugs?
Yeah, and the bard's over here doing someone else's nails. Yep.
For their date with somebody else in the party because you still don't have one.
Zam.
Okay, again,
In fairness,
the girl
it was
he
their offer.
actually loves potentially died. Okay, can we put that in perspective?
You haven't told any of us that, so we're just all giving you shit.
That's
okay?
fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
hasn't
Taylor
been.
did offer. He has a king size bed.
Yeah, there's an open invitation to have a fantastic party with Bailey
And Donlin.
and Donlin
Oh no, Donlin has other plans. Don't worry.
in their fantastic bed. So at this point, right, Jax, Kalon, they've gone off. You all are here, enjoying, relishing. Is there anything wants to do for downtime right now?
I'm going to get Palu as drunk as possible, so that way I can actually just put them on the other side of the bed.
Have him pass out.
Yeah. I'll let their imagination run wild. Donlin's a little smarter than that. He just needed the free hookup.
Hold on. You can't tell me that Donlin's smarter than that when he was the one that said he was carrying a head around the whole village with him.
He fought in the Coliseum. He literally cut people's heads off for the whole performance. That was a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, Donlin's life his backstory is extremely vicious, man. Like, surprised he's just
Donlin's
not
been
killing
through some
everyone.
shit.
Yeah,
I mean, he is. That's why they have to keep telling him to talk to people first.
yeah. Talk to people before you kill them. They have things to offer you. Bailey's going to bed with an assassin.
Pretty fucking botch, man.
I like this. Keep trying it.
That sounds like Palu. Yeah, Palu would be into that shit. Palu's probably got cuffs on his bed already. I'm gonna walk
Cuffs
up there
on
and be
the
like,
bed.
The fuck is this shit?
Yeah, God. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, man. If you're watching the stream, you're welcome. I don't think anybody's watching. So It just goes into the ether. So there is a moment here. And it's with Jack. So I pulled you over to this other map just for cinematic, because if there's anybody who wants to do it for downtime, eventually, this ordeal, right? This event, right? This fun is going to end, Jax. And as that happens, you are kind of thrown a little bit brought by some people coming in. You're up in the upper rafters of the stables, and those people are, mining folk and things might tend to the livestock as the time has passed. We'll kind of advance the time in terms of how long, a couple hours here, in terms of your getaway. And you're now just relaxing and cuddling and just speaking truths and things. And so staring up in terms of the upper rafters, and you notice there's avian things have roosted and nested up there. And there's just shutters as Kalan stands up and opens those, still undressed, just lets in the fresh breeze and the things embrace. And they look towards you as they nestle upon your side for staring into your eyes. How was that moment for you? Is that an experience?
I mean, that is definitely, maybe, no, is the best experience of my life.
Taps you under the chest. Well, don't let it be your last.
Shit, she's giving the one and done speech.
So, don't let it be the last in my life or the last with you.
Are you trying to court me even more?
I'll be honest with you. I don't think you're leaving this place around here. I don't think you're leaving High Rock. I know that I'm not going to be staying here, but I also won't be traveling or, pursuing adventuring for my entire life. Who knows? I may make it back. So I guess what I'm saying is, it was great, and I'd love to still keep it going. I just don't know if it fits with what we're both preparing to do in the future.
That snickers at you. Do you really think that someone who arrived on a shipwreck and has done so many heroic and adventurous deeds would ever stay in this place? You have great things you will do with your life. I have things that I will do. I'm not sure where I'll end up. I'm hoping that the coin I've earned here, and the coin from the caravan shipment to Othema, will be enough. From there, I plan to travel. Maybe someplace warmer, full of game and life. You could join me.
Man, that is tempting.
Begins to sit up and clothe themselves. But you'd have to sacrifice so much of your ambition, and you'd have to live with that every day.
How about I make you one promise By the way, I already thought of. Oh no, that's not what I'm thinking of with that rock. I'm thinking I'm going to make sure I have everything before she leaves.
Wow. 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 This is great. There's no way that anyone would throw themselves at me. I trust no one. I've never laid with anybody. I've never loved anybody. Check my pockets.
Tell me that would not be something going through a thief's mind at this point.
No, that's fine. I mean, it makes sense to me. I just think it's funny.
Great.
So anyway, back to this. So I'll make you one promise that when I'm done doing what I have to, I'll find you. We'll see where each other are at, and maybe we can start a life together from there. But until then, thank you.
You're welcome. If you plan to join the caravan, perhaps there'll be more moments like this on the road. You can have more fun.
Absolutely.
Fully clothed now.
Absolutely.
We can take the pull of the rafter and slide down it, falling down, pulling up the small bit of cheese and begin to munch on it and begin to walk out of the stable.
All right, as she's doing that, I just want to check to make sure I have everything that I went in there with.
Go ahead and make a perception check. 22, begin to go through your backpack, not your backpack, but your pockets, your backpack supplies, certain things maybe where you brought with you in this endeavor. And you observe that nestled is a piece of parchment inside the same area or space that this massive diamond is stored. And it simply states, don't worry.
The diamond's still there?
Oh, yeah. The diamond's still there. The note's scribbled quite hastily, stashed within your pocket. And as you're recollecting through your psychedelic, euphoric state, perhaps this is when it happened.
She got you high and then looked through your shit.
Oh, yeah.
I'll as this is happening, am I alone now, or there were still people downstairs kind of rustling around?
You are still alone, but you are more along the lines of they're not really paying too much attention to you. They're working on the stalls and they're doing things and whatnot. It was more like they interrupted any sort of further intimacy, and it kind of went more into conversation things for the last bit, 5 to 10 minutes, and then that's when Kalan had taken the leave.
Okay, so I'll walk back in. I just have one last thing before I stop for the night. As I walk back in, I'd like to go over to the little corner over here, and I'm going to pull out the Tomb of the Holder, and I will this time, as I'm talking, say the command word. Roll. I can't even say it.
Roll.
That's what I wanted to say so bad.
You can say whatever. You can say Ricola if you want. It's totally fine.
And wait and see what happens. That ain't a walk of shame. Anyway, we just see what happens if I get any, like, what do you want, or if nothing comes through, then I'll start talking. But it shouldn't take long.
You're wanting to form a connection to chat.
Yeah.
Okay. As you speak that, you can see the eye beginning to turn, bubble, and it kind of twitches and turns, and then eventually it rolls back, and another eye presents itself. Then you can see the voice beginning to emanate from the book within your mind, telepathically, as it begins to speak. What do you want?
We managed to get rid of one of Damodar's followers, but I fear I was too weak and was almost killed during the onslaught. We as a group are not powerful enough to do this yet. But I think we will be at some point. I just wanted to let you know that the first battle in the war has been fought. And at least for the time being, we won.
What do you want me to give you? Congratulations.
I was thinking maybe you could lend me some power so I could be more of use to my party in this war against
Power is earned. Power is not given, but it is taken. I can see you have done that. Place your hand on this toe.
I'll do what he says.
Hand of the tome, feeling searing pain energized through your hand. This reddish energy begins to course through your veins and your body. Remove your hand, scorched, yet not wounded. No visible marks. It is done.
I will not fail you.
Good. Guy rolls back.
I assume that will. I assume that ends it. That ends the whole thing,
Yeah,
right?
the eye rolls back,
Yeah.
and the voice leaves.
Oh, the eye. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
Cut
eye.
out for me. Gotcha.
The eye
Yep.
kind of rolls back to how it looked before.
Yep. I'll put the book away and sit there and contemplate what just happened.
Okay. Anything else? Everyone good?
It's bedtime.
All right. We are getting to bedtime here. So, Donlin, as you're encouraging Pelu to get more and more drunk, Pelu is doing just that. And finally, as you're climbing up stairs in the direction of the bedchamber, open up to a luscious king-size bed that's lower down, draped with fine silk linens and different accents of things. Pillows amass. There's a vanity nearby the right-hand side, a few shelves with artwork and decor. Bathroom annexed off, washroom kind of thing, bathtub and stuff. There's a fireplace that's in there with green glowing rocks, energized and fueling and pluming. You notice immediately Pelu is stumbling into the room, begins to kick off their shoes and stretching out their back for a brief moment. One moment. They begin to walk into the washroom, other smaller vanity, and beginning to clean themselves off, and they come out with a fine, silken, blue-green robe perched with a plumage of hair flourishing out, with their hat still on, looking towards you. Begin to slowly walk with the shoulders pulling back and forth towards you. And they stop backwards, falling and teetering. They let a small hiccup. Oh, this just won't do. And they walk over to the larger vanity, shuffling through one of the drawers, now going through another drawer, and then another drawer. Eventually, they pull out something. It seems to be a scroll of some kind. And they begin to hold the scroll, and they begin to cast magic upon themselves. They hit energy. They cure themselves completely. And then they snap their eyes towards you. That's much better. A little too much wine, but this will be just fine. Why don't you hop right in, darling? We can get this party started.
I figured you wanted to be the one that got cuffed. Aren't you supposed to hop on the bed?
Ooh, I think we can do that just fine. Begins to reach underneath the mattress, pulling out cuffs chained to the bed already. To pull them off the left and the right. Begins to place themselves willingly. And don't be gentle, will you?
Yeah, I'll cuff him to the bed.
You cuff him to the bed willingly, of the wrists and the ankles. They look towards you. Some candles, if you wish them. Looks towards them, flicks the finger on the vein. These candles begin to alight in their holders. Wax can be quite nice, don't you think?
There are some interesting uses for it, that is for sure. I once tortured a man with wax, actually.
Well, I'm in dire need of some torturing. Why don't you remind me of your event?
Yeah. Donlin has no problem being a masochist, so he'll use the wax. Like, that's fine.
All right. Well, is that where our evening is headed here?
That is where the
Donlin?
evening is headed.
Alright.
We're going to fade to black.
We're gonna fade to black there. All right. Oh, it was break. I got you to break a little bit there, Deuce. You're
You did,
breaking.
just a little bit.
Yeah, you're having a hard time.
I was like, God damn it.
Oh,
I knew
man.
the rest
This
of
is
the
coming.
coming in.
Shit. Unless
I fucking knew it. I wasn't ready for that.
Wasn't ready. All right. So as we now go through our long rest here, we'll say slightly uneventful evening, depending on things. We'll go ahead and course into the morning. We'll call it right around 8:30ish in the morning, as you all go through a long rest.
Much needed. Holy cow.
Yeah, much needed. Look at all those hit dice we're getting back. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And all my spells and everything.
I did equip and attune the book.
Though we did have 2 people get, action, so maybe we got lots of XP for that.
Hey, we still got to go see the dwarfs. You don't know what's going to happen there.
We got 30 minutes. You think we're going to see the dwarves in 30 minutes?
That's fine. We're all
And
buzzing.
there's not much to do other than get down there, right?
I mean, yeah, but it took us 2 hours to get out of the Duke's house. Like we're going to
That's
get
true.
out of the dwarves in 30 minutes.
But that was only because we couldn't disarm and find traps and unlock doors because your rogue sucks.
He does. But to be fair, I've played with this rogue before, and he got the entire party killed, so like I'm not surprised.
True that.
What's the range of your dark vision?
60
Yeah.
feet.
Is it 60? Okay. That changes.
Yeah.
Oh, you have true sight now, don't you?
Yep.
That means. Oh no.
I thought about
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I just thought of that too.
Oh no. That's
y'all
going to be
say-
an interesting conversation in the morning.
Why are y'all saying, oh no?
Shape changer.
Yeah.
Yep. I already thought of that last night when he did it. That's why I was hoping it wouldn't happen, but here we are.
The
So as
truth
you
shall
finish
set you free.
reading the Tome of Devil's Sight, you're beginning to attune your eyes and piercing through the veil and seeing shapes and figures. Having your bedrolls laid outwards, you get yourself a good long rest. But then, Kanan, as you arise, you see Jax arise simultaneously in time. You stare at them. Look. Jax sees Kanan, stares at you, and has just a little glimmer of something. Something new. Of course.
Something different about you this morning, Kanan.
Same thing. Fascinating.
No, I'm the same I've always been.
Of that, I am quite sure. Everyone has their secrets.
What's that?
Everyone has their secrets.
That we do. How was that book that was found yesterday? Was it worth it?
was rather enlightening for such a foul piece of origin.
Hmm.
I have a new outlook on life, so to speak.
Would I glean that Kanan's acting any differently toward me, or just still the Kanan we know is for Taylor's love?
Well, I would like to think I could understand what that was, but I mean, it was pretty robotically.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
The Brave Games is for assuredly over, and you are feeling.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you're roboting. You're trying to insight, I'd imagine. Is that what you're alluding to here?
I mean, Kanan's always kind of been the smug Paylor guy, but what I notice if he's acting differently toward me, like something's not that he can necessarily see through, but just something's off, something's different, something's changed.
Okay. Kanan, you can make a deception check for me, and then I'll have an insight check from you. Jax. A lot of opposing rules.
Oof.
Oh.
Oh.
Even if we're working off your passive there.
You know what?
Kanan's not
I would
gonna help.
trade that. I would trade that for anything to roll earlier in the game and
Any of
lose
those
this roll right
earlier-
here.
Yeah.
Come on, man. So Kanan, you might let it slip just a little bit, right? You're caught off guard, perhaps, of the new site, right? And so that's a little bit surprising. You're adjusting. You're in that adjustment period, but you're quick to adjust. And then that small little glimmer, Jax, that is enough for you to almost pierce through and see that there is some sort of inclination, some noticing that Kanan has represented that is quite eerily similar of some rare occurrences in your life. Those begin to fill the void of helpless and things traced back to your youth, but still not 100% sure if that's simply the way Kanan looks at individuals, or if that is the feeling that you have got from the individuals who have seen you.
Fair enough. I'm not gonna say a word. We'll just
For what it's worth, Kanan wouldn't be actively trying to hide from you that he sees
Yeah.
something, but he would be very controlled and trying not to alert anyone else that he saw something.
okay.
And
That's
no
fair.
one else knows. It sounds like this mutual, like you're
Well,
having
somebody
like an
thinks he knows.
eye standoff right now.
Someone else thinks he knows, but that was quickly
Oh,
shot down with a
okay.
head injury.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Got hit in
All
the
right.
Does
head.
anybody
So,
else look weird when I make it?
So Palu is late to arise, and as Palu begins to walk down, still in the robe, covered in hot wax, you see as they prestidigitation
Pain marks.
themselves and the wax begins to be removed. A small arm stretched, and they just slowly rub your back, Donlin, and tap it just really quickly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You're like a new gnome on the breath of something wild and great. You are free to dine in my kitchen. There's probably not that much food in it. I have to make a run to the general store, traders in the village. But there should be enough in there to quench some of your hunger this fine morning. There's some left and right. Is there anything I can do for all of you as a host? Or can I get myself cleaned up from quite erotic night?
Well, just in case we need to leave before you're done to handle the other thing we have to deal with. The bag of holding.
Yes, well, I believe I gave that to somebody. Who was it
Yeah,
that I
they
gave
gave
it
it
to?
to you.
Yeah.
Me.
This is not
Did
your
it give it to
inventory?
me?
Yeah, I don't see it in the enemy dragon.
I went ahead and deleted the spellbook too, assuming I gave it to him.
Yeah, you gave it. Yeah, I'll try to put
Yeah,
that
it's like
bag of.
800 out of the treasury.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I got it.
it's
Cool.
yeah, it's the wrong bag of holding. Let's see. I want this one in there.
There's multiple bags of holding?
I want this one from this compendium because this one links to the with a different weight in certain things because it is has certain things in there with homebrew stuff. It's still the bag of holding all of the stats, but it's like price wise and weights and stuff. And then with the homebrew stuff.
I was like,
So-
wow, I didn't know there's different ones. It's
There's
crazy.
multiple? No, there's just one bag of holding. So as Pelu, right, as a flourish, trying to be a good host, they then begin to waltz back upstairs, get themselves clean. They really were just making a grand entrance to greet you all, tell you you're all free to do as you please and go, and they're going to go upstairs and get themselves right and clean.
I suppose we should go talk to the dwarves now. We have a
Yeah,
long
did,
walk. Isn't it like hours?
Lance, you get all your crafting stuff done that you needed to yesterday.
Oh, yes. Speaking of which, here, there's some for you. Do give me those explosives. Hopefully, this will work out well. Just
Oh my god, this is great.
you pull this pin that exposes the contents to air. It starts to react pretty quickly, so you want to toss it quite quick. Remember, you're holding on to the pin, not the rest of the thing.
Okay, so
Pull the
hold
pin
pin,
and throw it.
throw rest.
Correct.
You would actually be surprised how many times that does happen.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to throw both. Obviously, the pin is a bit sharp. You might be able to hurt someone.
I think I'll keep that for an extra weapon just in
Just-
case.
Flick it at their eye.
And Darwin,
That's
I have a
the
little bit of something
follow-up
for you
attack.
as well. And he hands over the 2 oils of coal for Darwin.
Ooh.
Put it on your weapon. Well, let's just say you don't want to be stabbed with it with that coating weapon.
Normally don't want to be stabbed. I like
Well-
to stab, not get stabbed.
Well, the whole point is you do the stabbing. I mean, if you want to stab yourself, it sounds like last night you might be into that. But
No,
Well,
I give, I don't take.
Some
we went
things
over
are better
this.
with a pot.
So, Donald, looks like you got all your breastplate and everything done.
Yeah, it's got giant runes on it and shit. It looks pretty badass.
All right. And Pip, looks like you finished the nails. So I think we're ready to go see the dwarfs.
Yeah, I kind of ruined those last night. You might need to redo his nails later. Don't
Hey, he'll be fine.
All right. So I think we're off to the dwarfs.
By the way, give me the. We might want to put the bag in the head and this instead of the sack. Just saying.
No, I like carrying it around.
Fair enough.
All right, so we're headed off to the dwarves.
Yes,
Headed
sir.
off to the dwarves.
Our best friends.
Our best friend.
I mean, now we have explosive grenades. I have the Bane and some magic oil coating that Lance gave me.
We have a head.
Still.
Okay. It's not the first head that I've cut off with something. Okay.
He's got to be a little raunchy after sitting out all night.
Nah, it's pretty cold up here.
Can we count you as having a long rest, actually?
What's that?
I said, can we count on him having a long rest, actually?
Oh.
Donlin.
Yeah. I don't know about that, Donald. What do you think?
4 levels of exhaustion.
You know. Yeah, probably. Thereabout. We had 10 hours. I'm sure I easily could outlast Palu. It's fine. Sure, I got some rest in there.
He's a wizard.
Sure, Palu has scrolls for that.
He's a wizard. All right, so
Wizard,
I'm not going to work us through the mappage. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to get us onto this map, and I will get all your tokens on here in terms of navigating, and I'm just going to theater of mind in terms of what we're doing. It's not the one I want. Okay. So as you begin to pass into the mine, you notice that they have a new crane for higher output. They've done repairs onto that crane. They've also done repairs on the tracks. Some of the miners in larger pieces are working on that and getting that set up. They have taken a break through the night, and then they're working on that in the morning. You then hop onto some mining carts they help you out with getting on board, and you begin to take the trek all the way to the end of the main track towards the back end of the mine, as we had described prior. Particular name, obviously, for that Zeta is what they were, refer to that kind of area. And from there, you're now beginning to disembark yourselves, seeing the individuals that are mining here, holding their lanterns, roped around their necks, striped. They're all in the same conditions. Everything has yet to change, or they never will change. They're continuing to work, and they're continuing to do all of they had. And that's when you come to the actual tunnel that begins to head into where you first encountered the Grey Dwarfs. And you observe that tunnel, there is rocks and debris that has been cascaded down, not blocking the tunnel completely, but a significant amount quite require work to be able to be removed. As you stare and you look at it, and you wonder of who would have done something like this, and see with your perceptions that there are marks of explosives that have been used on this side of the cavern. Some of the miners kind of look as you begin to investigate and stare at it and things. One of the miners begins to walk over, an older halfling fellow, suit on the hands and wavy of the brown hair flows into a half beard, trimmed haphazardly at times. Stares and looks at all of you. If you want to get through there, it's gonna happen. Unless you know a way to blow that out.
Why did it happen in the first place?
Some of the guards were fixed in here, then they were replaced by another handful, and they decided to blow it up. We were pushed out.
Should still be able to blow it up. Have a couple of untransmuted explosives.
You need us to clear the area.
Maybe for
Yeah.
the best.
All right, well, do the best. All right. Begins to motion left and right, pulling people and getting them outside of the blast area. Got a blast coming in. And begin to kind of motion and push people through and such. And you begin to lay down the explosive keg you had obtained from the lapidary. And you begin to set the fuse, getting that work through. All I need is whoever's working this explosive to make an intelligence check.
Plan?
You can get advantage if you want help with it, so you can work together on it too if you want.
Yeah, I'm happy to take the help.
I mean, I guess I'm the other one that probably has.
Could I argue that I could make it either a tool check of some sort, intelligence, so at least have proficiency?
I guess you've had enough alchemy tools with the explosive that you can use your alchemist tools if that's what you wish. But
Yeah,
it still
that
has
would
to be
help, because my intelligence isn't great.
Yeah, it still has to be kind of intelligence based here to see exactly where you're going to put this thing.
I'll help him with it since we worked on the grenades together.
Okay.
Okay, so with advantage then, correct?
Yeah, correct.
A 10 and a 9, so not terrible.
Yeah, so 14. I mean, it's not too difficult to figure out where you want to kind of get this placed. I think it comes into, how much damage you don't want to kind of sustain and have this thing collapse. And so you get a place down, you get the fuse lit, begins to trace to the keg, and that large blast explodes outwards. This kind of massive explosion erupts. And do we have an explosion? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
That's probably more like it. Okay. And that explosion erupts, and eventually the rock and the debris kind of cascade down it and then through. And at that point, it's really just clearing things out to kind of form. And then you see the figures as you clear some of the actual rock and you see through the gaps with your dark vision the actual Grey Dwarfs on the other side of this. And they're clearing it out as well. And as they're clearing it out, working together with you all, they then stop and stare with the war picks at the ready, as if they're going to attack, then recognizing you all and talking in this deep guttural language. One speaks in Dwarvish. What happened?
Blasting. You're defining you.
No. Blasting before. Caved in the tunnel. We've been working far to clear it this far. Something happened. But there's a tension full of the sweat.
I was
I
like,
mean, he's saying all this in Dwarvish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kanan speaks Dwarvish too.
Yeah, I don't understand shit. So
I don't know what's happening either.
So does
Seeing-
Donlin, but Donlin just wants to stab so with the new sword.
Seeing puzzled faces, they begin to switch to common. What's this you're doing?
Well,
Oh,
no. It was a big misunderstanding, and we apologize for that understanding and causing you any unintended consequence.
Roll persuasion.
should have brought another cake.
yep, I just
We
thought
have
of that
something
too.
better than a cake. We have a head in a bag.
28.
Holy
Looking
Jiminy!
I can persuade people, okay?
You may apologize to the prince.
Yes, we will be. That's what we're here to do, is to apologize and give another gift. Sadly, it is not cake this time, but the prince will love it more. Probably. Cake is really delicious.
You're going to shake the head. Begin to escort and pull you through. After time is spent, eventually coming into the lava area with the lava flow bubbling and moving the light. Camp itself is ship shape. Restocked. In fact, the towers now have ballista that they have mounted onto them, adding more defenses. There is also more tents that are pitched here. And then the familiar figure, the wretched face, limping outward up a large grandeur tent worn by some of the individuals of patrol that had escorted you, showing rank beyond just simple commanders within their structure. They begin to speak with white eyes as they glass over telepathically. Then the voice of the wretched creature as it pulls through to all of you, formed in a line, surrounded by the Grey Dwarfs. Once more, voice telepathically reaches out, holding the hand, but this time begins to try to connect to all of you at once. So telepathy kind of escorts through. There will be no business of the nefarious sort. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Yes, no one will get stabbed.
Well, let me see it. Let me see the head.
I will toss him the bag with the head in it.
Just reaches down, pulls up the head, holds it up. Oh, yes. Kisses it, grabs it by the hair, holds it up from left to right. No voice, no sound, no telepathy anymore. Stuffs it back into the sack. to dust the hands off and begins to walk with it over to the large mining cart trolley that's been stationed at the ready. Telepathy comes once more. This way! This way! Crowd begins to clear. The voice and the eyes slowly begin to turn one by one as the telepathic voice of this creature begins to echo out towards them like a hive mind. They begin to separate away, allowing you all space to then go. From there, it's time. Time spent is a good deal. In fact, you are going to spend the majority of this day in travel. As such, you can undertake a long rest if you wish. The only notable thing here is how, well, two things I guess are notable here. The first thing is how ingenious now you're awake and aware, right? How genius they have built this track through the earth, twisting and turning at times, but often it's quite linear in terms of its descent into the depths. And the lighting of the lava every so often with the flows of the rivers as they kind of cast down with that radiant orange light. And these hidden magma chambers that they've excavated through clearly states they understand this level of terrain far superior than anything. And even for you, Lance, as a dwarf, passing into these subterranean layers such as this and understanding it takes millennia time. Creatures seem to have been destined for it. And then as you get closer to the Strongola, you feel as if you might be only a couple hours away, courtesy of some of the time that has been spent versus when you arrived and awoken from your state of confusion. You then come to checkpoints, a series of 3 towers positioned in a tight tunnel. They then open those gates one after another as the track and the train passes through, moving incredibly fast. And then, after more time has passed, we eventually will reach the Strongola, passing over a bridge. And then you begin to slowly stop and halt with these large, thick, pumice obsidian basalt bricks of stone and the track running through. You're faced with that bluish gem gate or door that is going east and then going south, a smaller one at the corner. Tower armed with ballista, soldiers at the ready, others joined on your train. The retro creature hops off. The engineer begins to assess. The retro creature begins to pull towards the door at the corner of the gate. Dwarves have no voice. They do not speak. They only watch as their weapons are at the ready. Not caught by surprise, but being there in case they need to go to arms against you. They do not suspect that you will do as such, but these are soldiers. They are always at the ready, regardless. Engineers working on the tracks. You see as this creature makes way to the gem door. They begin to move their hands in a series of steps around the door, and as they do that, euphoric psionic energy pours through their hands as the bluish gems begin to glow in a pattern, forming a rune. And then the door begins to swivel and open 2 sides like a vault, split, opening. And the creature begins to move forward into the corridor. The lava bubbling and echoing in the previous begins to subside to a slow simmer through some of the cracks of the stone flooring and the walls, and the vent up ahead with a river of lava underneath. As you pass through, Lance, I'm going to move your token, assuming that you're with the party here. I know
Yes,
your setup's a bit rough. No, it's cool. Just going to move you. And as they do that, you see a soldier behind you beginning to move in a series of left and right at the door in a similar pattern as they begin to shut the door, and the door does so. Then wraps around the corner. And while this is happening, you notice that there are small gaps in the walls, like arrow slits, but smaller. And there are shadows and movements from inside, suggesting that the wall, as you pass through, on the east side, is occupied by soldiers that can stab at the ready. And the same as such as this southern wall. In addition, you notice there are locks and grooves to the metal grate you walk on. Maybe another mechanism lies that they can actually detach this from the floor. All of this to safeguard as the door opens from the Prince Guard, and they begin to sidestep, moving out of the way, giving space. Some of them filling in further to give that space. Is the Prince's throne chamber. Creature begins to walk up, moving the hand in the direction of the Prince. The Prince's eyes glow white, and then they sidestep over, the Prince's pupils returning back to black. As this happens, the Prince Guard move and take their position at the door, and it shuts. Occupying the space is all four of them, and they also begin to take flanks to get better angles in case something is to happen. Here, let me move you, Lance. There you go. You good?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. You're good. Make sure you're in the room you can see. Nothing about this chamber has changed, except there's more gold on the piles. You would account that has to be easily over 10,000 more gold pieces between the two, thrown on, hefty, and spilling over further and further. The Prince stands. Bring me their head, please. You see as the creature begins to reach up the burlap sack and hand it. The Prince begins to hold the head out of the sack. Looks. Traitor! Smiles sinisterly as they begin to place the head on the armrest of the throne. And they have died a traitor's death. How was it? Was it pleasurable?
Well, it could have been more pleasurable if there wasn't other factors involved, but it did feel nice once it was over.
Do tell me, what were these other factors, complications?
Giant demon.
A giant demon.
Sadly, we didn't make it in time, and the Duke decided to summon a demon.
I was told that the Orilla was powerfully gifted in the arcane. Seems as they were also weak. They needed the help from a demon to get it. Pathetic.
I agree.
We kind of figured you knew this, and that's why you wanted him dead.
And your insight and wisdom spans well over the age of my kind. Orillo was quick to the tongue and did well with you surface dwellers in convincing them. Even convinced me. Something that does not happen quite often.
Well, I can assure you he won't be doing that anymore. His quick tongue is now
Much like
dead? Yeah.
Begins to look into the head. Reaches into the head and begins to pull out the tongue, ripping it out of their mouth, holding their tongue outwards. They begin to wiggle it. Talk no longer. Drapes the tongue, lays it on the mat of the hair of the
I
head.
don't want lingua.
Pathetic. Flicks the blood off. Now for your award, champion. A friendship of sorts. Yes.
Yes, that is all we sought out to do.
Fantastic. They begin to motion. They sit down onto their chair. As they do, they look towards as they lean forward. What do you know, the Master of Dragon? They begin to lean forward, pressing their gauntlets together. So we're going to go ahead and end our session. So we can get some experience
boy.
here. And then we can also formulate if we have questions to ask from a new ally and a new friend. For their information is vast and their resources are quite limitless. And friend, yes, quote unquote friend. That is a good way to put it.
It is a very unlikely friendship.
Very unlikely, yeah. Very odd friendship. Very unlikely. How long will it last?
Through my true sight, are the piles of gold real?
They are real. That is real gold.
Thought it was just like some artificial bling they threw up. Like, look at my money.
Yeah, look at my money.
Fake
Look
chain.
at my blink. Welcome to my crib. Check this out. This is my gold pile.
It's got a bottle of Dom just sitting next to
Bottle
the
of
phone.
Dom, baby. Let me crack this baby open. Yeah. I love it.
I like to think it's a good friendship. We gave him cake and a head. Like, just saying.
Ships have been built on less.
Ships have been built on. All right. Well, the rolls at the beginning did not help you out. So
What do you mean?
My rolls were not as bad.
But the
Dope.
RP, you know?
I just don't think I'm looking at the stuff and I'm adding it up right now, my calculations, that it just don't.
I mean, when's the last time you had two characters score in the same session and one in the same night? I'm just saying.
Technically, I had combat, you know? There were chains and wax involved. Like,
I did almost die.
Technically, I had combat.
Technically, I had combat.
I,
Oh
mean,
my God.
I fought a level 11 wizard, dude. Like, I'm just saying. Like,
All right, go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll percentile die for me,
He
please.
was restrained.
Go ahead and roll percentile die for me.
God damn it.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Magnificent.
Oh boy.
I tried.
Yeah, you did. You did try it. Man, that. So.
Got so hard and got
It's gonna be so. I think it's gonna be so close.
It's really going to be close. I mean,
It's really close.
We could just kill the prince real quick.
but yeah, I was going to say, I could start stabbing people. Like, I'm itching to
Sorry.
try out the sword.
Sorry, just stay on your chair. Give us a couple of guards we can kill real quick. We gotta level up.
Friends now, we can kill your people, right?
Yeah, that's right. They respect
Hey.
that, right?
No, just summon that demon. We'll kill it in front of him, and there we go.
Oh, yeah, we can show him the demon.
For some sport. Well, it's not the same demon, I don't think.
1,011
Oh
experience.
my
You should
God.
13,895 experience total.
Oh my
we should
god.
have summoned the demon and killed it, man.
And we basically show up next time and put our name on the paper and we're leveled up.
The roll, like I said, the rolls did not help you because it pulled your average down. You probably actually hit the level up if you didn't roll so many times and failed. Fortunate. That's all right.
Yeah, Dustin.
Remember though that this is all RP
Yep.
experience, right? We did not actually have a combat, so I know you all get used to in my game, right? But just take it with a grain of salt, right? And even then, next session that we have, a level up might not actually matter in terms of what we do. So always trickling, and we
But
always do.
Sentinel-
You can't level up if you're dead.
But Sentinel, pull up, master. Where is it? Get out.
That's
of
why we
here.
Yeah, but
didn't
now I
level.
have-
That's
do
why
you
we didn't
think
level.
that 105 XP, that's Sentinel. That's what that is.
I'd figure out how to kill your character next session so you can't get it. No. No. It's
That's
just the
fine,
way.
I'm gonna make a paladin then.
I'm not biased when it comes to experience points. I just put it and calculate it, and I just spit it out. And maybe on occasion I'll average up, but I think next session, what we have doing right now, I don't think it's going to matter too much. So I'll go ahead and not do that, and yeah, it'll be just fine. So if you're watching this stream, if you're watching this stream, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you check us out next week, Fridays at 5. And yeah, see what happens to Group 9. So thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.